Alright folks, welcome back. Welcome back. Here we go again. It's another fun packed day. I'm just waiting to see if I appear on the screen. Alright, looking good. Well, I'm not looking good, but the thing's looking good. Let's play a little bit of music. So, here we go. 1, 2. Okay folks, so today I'm going to try and get through as much as I can of this Filepond thing. Now unfortunately I've only got 2 or 3 hours here. I'm not sure if I'll finish it, but I'll do as much as I can in the time that I have. And with your permission actually, I'll just get set up. Alright.
Thank you very much. Okay. Welcome to the heavy metal part of Back in Time. How's everybody doing? Yeah! How's everybody doing? Yeah! Sounds good to me. Okay, we're fast loaders. We play 64 music in the spirit of heavy metal. So, have you come to the right place today? Yeah! That's what I want to hear. Okay, we have a lot of cool tunes for you to play today. So.
Alright folks, I hope everybody's having a good day here. This is David Connolly here, the web developer extraordinaire, welcoming you, pardon me, to another live stream. It's very nice to be here. So I'll tell you what's happening. Basically, I'm going to try and get through as much as I can of this thing. Now, unfortunately, I don't have too much time here. I have a couple of things I have to do which are non-development related. But what I'm doing now is I'm just making sure that this works okay on both Chrome and Firefox. So as you can see on Chrome, everything's looking beautiful. And here we are on Firefox. And hopefully on Firefox it will look okay as well. And I'm looking specifically at those little ticks there. There we go. Okay. One other thing I want to see. Does the drag and drop browse thing disappear when the upload happens? Let's just check that. So going to do that, and it's disappeared, and there it comes back. That's pretty good. Now, by the way, I could probably give that a nice little transition. So if you take the thing that's called controls, I'm just going to say transition. And we'll do the magical number of 0.6 of a second. That's kind of the sweet spot, I think. So now what should happen is we should get a nice gradual fade in. There you go, see it? Did you see how it gradually faded out and then back in? That's what we're talking about, folks. Let's do that again. Now I'll do it with a slightly bigger file. So if we take documents, YouTube videos, here's one here. Okay. Now watch how the controls fade out. That's what we're looking for, right? They're going to fade out at the center and then fade back in. Here we go. Fading out, fading in. Beautiful. Alright. Now, is the sound okay? Can you hear me okay? Because I do sometimes babble on. Hello Jez, nice to see you, my friend. Welcome, welcome. It's good to see you here. I do hope that the sound is okay. And the music's not too much. It's a little bit heavy today, you know. Anyway, the next part of this interesting process is I want there to be a cross here on the left hand side, and ideally perhaps a circle with a cross inside it, but certainly at least a cross, you know. So what I'm going to do with that is something like this. I want us to so here we are adding different bits and pieces onto this thing. Now when it loads, where on earth is it? Here's a bit that loads, right? And I've just had a thought. I have just had a thought. I'm actually... Do you know what? Change of plan. Change of plan. Right, here's what we're going to do. I'll keep it simple. I'm going to remove... I'm not going to have the tick, nor am I going to have the 100%. Instead, I'm going to do something like this. I'm going to say target thumb overlay, removing the last child. So what this should do is when it's uploaded, we are going to remove all sorts. All sorts of stuff. And so we should just have a green box. No more ticks, no more 100%. So let's try it. So browsing. Choosing the stuff. There you go. Nice empty green box. So what I'm going to do then, folks, is I'm going to find the HTML symbol for a cross. Now there's kind of a nice one. There's a nice red one. Maybe a red cross would be good. Then again, maybe not. Here we go. I made a video last night, and I think it was the most arrogant video I've ever made. And in that video I was saying that I think I've reached a point, and it took me 23 years, but I think I can build anything, you know? And the nice thing about these live streams is that you get to see how that's done. And it's nothing to do with being a genius, a marvel of modern day science, or anything like that. But on the other hand, all it is, folks, is just an expectation. Let's all say it together. An expectation of success. That's how we build anything. And as I'm doing this, that's all I'm thinking of. I'm thinking it's going to work, and I'm smiling a lot of the time because I'm just like, this is going to work, it's going to work. And that's how you build anything. Alright. So we're looking for a cross on the top right hand side when it's uploaded, and there you go. Very nice, very nice. Now, let's give this cross some attributes. Now, here you can see that I'm saying techie box. That's a stupid name. Let's call it techie box is now ditch cross. There we go. Now, for ditch cross, let's make it so that when we hover over it, it's going to go red. There we go. Here we go. So I'm going to browse. And by the way, this is uploading. So, there you go. Do you see how I'm hovering and it's going red? Okay, I'm going to try a wee bit more. I'm going to say let's have a little background colour. Maybe yellow. That's pretty good. Now, I'm going to say that the width is 1.4 m and the height is 1.4 m. Here we go again, folks. Browsing. Off we go. So now you can see that we've got a little square here that contains this cross. Now I'm going to make this square a wee bit bigger. And looking at the way this thing is, Let's have a look. Right, that's a div, right? This ditch cross is a div. So we can say display, flex. I'm going to say align items center and justify content center. Now what that should do is it should get our cross right in the center of that little square here. Here we go. And there it is. You can see that the cross is right in the middle of that thing. Now I'm going to just move it down a wee tiny bit. How about 4 pixels down? We're going to browse. Going to do that. And there we go. Perfect. Alright. So now what I want to do is turn it into a circle. So I'm going to say border radius 50%. There you go, a beautiful little circle. Now, instead of having a yellow background colour, I'm going to have a red background colour. Oh, that's what we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, now, when we hover over it, what colour would you want that to go? Think about this. We could flip the colours. So we could say background colour red and colour is white. Now that may or may not work. I don't know. Let's give it a try. Okay, here we go. You know what? I meant to say background colour white. There we go. So we're browsing. We're going to choose these little beauties here. Smiling, always expecting success, and there we go. I think that's quite good actually. I don't know about a red cross though. Upon hover, I feel as if we might be better with a black one. Let's try that. So we're uploading again. Everybody's sick looking at this thing. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's good. That's excellent. That's really, really great. Now let's try it on Firefox. That's pretty good. Going to make some different sizes. I'm making sure it's behaving. Now I'm going to just move the screen around a wee bit. Yeah, that's really, really great, folks. That's exactly the kind of thing that I wanted. Nice. Okay, so I'll call that a checkpoint actually. I think this is looking quite nice. Let's just do one more. So we should have percent indicators. There they go. Look how fast it is. It's actually faster than Filepond. So I'll try it with a video again just so that I can see those percent indicators one more time. Oh, how I love looking at them. Alright, let's have you Borat. So look out for the percent indicators. It's just too bloody fast. But very nice, you have to say. Very, very nice. Okay, now. What I think I'm going to do I'll do a little commit here. I'm going to say nice delete cross. All right. Hello there. It's we have a few friends in today. We have Killian here. Thank you for the sound check. I do appreciate it. Jez, thank you. Here comes Claudia. Nice to see you here. Interesting. Didn't think you'd be on at this time. Does it work with only keyboard? Forgive me, but I don't understand the question. Alien Exchange, nice to see you. And of course, they are here. It's Jake and the godfather of speed coding in full formation. We'll need to get nicknames for Jake as well, actually. We'll need to get names for all of you folks. You need to have a ridiculous name, you know. You need to make it really egotistical and deluded. It's all part of the game. Okay, so let's just write a little note of some things that this needs. Before I do any of this, I'm going to have to add more than what? No, add items on top of current selection. Then I'm going to have to get the delete feature working, and then I'm going to have to eventually get it working with drag and drop. Alright. Alright folks, so let's have a little think about how we're going to do this. So the first thing I would like to do is I'll bring up those pictures again. Actually, let's switch to Firefox. Let's switch to Firefox. I don't know if I'll get it working on everything, but Chrome and Firefox is a nice selection, you know. Okay. So let's suppose we upload 3 pictures, right? Fine. Let's suppose we then go back and we try and upload these pictures. You'll see that that does not work, okay? Now, one of the things that I'm interested in doing to solve this is I want to look at this load thing here. Okay. I want to try and somehow get the file name. So let's just have a wee look here. Right, let's have a look at Progress Handler. Alright, loaded, total, inner HTML, blah 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 blah. Oh gee, I'm gonna have to do. I'm trying to get the file name somehow from the server, you know. There must be a way. Let's have a look here. Okay, it's kind of a cheap thing, but I'm going to do a console.log. on json.stringify event. I don't have confidence in this, but if it works, it'll be good. Alright. Give it a wee go. Okay, so there's not too much happening here. So what I'm going to say is JavaScript on load. I want to get the file name. I have an idea. So at least I've got a fallback. It's not a great fallback, but I do have a fallback. Okay. JavaScript on load, get uploaded file name. Okay, let's try again. JavaScript on load, read HTML. Yeah. So let's keep on going. Okay, let's try JavaScript upload read text from URL. Well, normally it's http dot response text. Okay. It's a shame when everything's jQuery. Right, I'm going to try this. It might or might not work. I'm going to say event dot response text, and I'm going to go to the TG uploader. Okay, so I'm going to just echo something. Alright. Ah, now there you go. So as you can see, it is saying banana. Let's do this again. It's a shame that it's saying response text is undefined. That is kinda strange. Let's have a look at this. Finished. Okay, so let's just write console.log rock and roll. Now where this appears on the chain is going to tell us a lot about how this works. So it says finished rock and roll 200 banana. So that means that it's coming after this thing. Ah, I think I know what's going on. There you go. Ha 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 ha. Yes. There we go. Look. The vibe is... Now this is going to say the vibe is banana. Now the reason why it's going to say it, the vibe is banana. Target percent indicator is undefined. Well, that's a bit of a downer. Target. Well, let's not worry about that just now. The main thing is that it's reading from the server. And the reason why that's important is because the file name that you upload may well be different from the file name on the server. Now, if I can get the file name from the server, then it means that I can give each of the thumbnails an ID, which means that when somebody clicks on this little cross here, all I have to do is look at the ID of the thumbnail, and from that ID on the thumbnail, I should be able to figure out what file we are deleting. That's the process. So I'm feeling quite good about that. I'm going to do a little checkpoint though, because my code's getting incredibly messy here. And I'm going to take just a wee bit of time to just clean up my code. Alright. It's just a wee tidy up. It's no big deal. Okay. Okay, I kind of like this little trick here. And I want to look something up. How do they do this in jQuery? Get elements by class name. Okay, so what they do is they put a dot in. So that's interesting, right? What I'm going to do then is I'm going to modify this function here. I really like this thing, you know, and let's just change this to some kind of string, and right here I'm going to get the first character. So the first character is going to be string, and it's going to be the substring of that. Now if the first character is equivalent to a dot, then I'm going to return yeah, I'm going to remove the dot. So that would be string equals string replace. Now we can use a wee bit of regex stuff like that. And then we would return document.get elements by class name on that string. Otherwise, we would return get element by ID on the string. Alright, now let's test this out. So I'm going to say function test, and I'm just going to say var test string equals hello. And then I'm going to say going to chuck that test string in here. I'm going to automatically run test as soon as the page loads. And instead of doing this return thing, I am going to just do an alert. Alert, I'll just say class of here. And here I'm going to say alert ID of, and I'm going to chuck in the string. Okay, so the whole idea of this is that instead of writing get element by class name over and over and over again, or get element by ID, I'm building a little function here that's going to make life a bit easier. I'll be able to write less code, you know. So I'm going to browse. Okay, we'll open up this console. Okay, looks like there's something it doesn't really like here. Okay, now could it be something we did there? Actually, I don't know, but let's just save and refresh. So reference error, test is not defined. Let's comment that out. Okay. I think I've got an idea of what might have happened. Yeah, so in this function I'm missing a bracket somewhere. The question is where? Let's take this out. Okay, so that's good. So I'm gonna just gradually reintroduce this thing. Oh, now look at that. So this is telling me here that there's a missing thing. And you know, folks, I just can't see it. Let's comment this out. So it's this line here. And it's this here. And it's a, is it a comma? Tell you what. Yeah, it was that. Now there's only going to be one dot, so that's fine. Let's bring this back into the picture. Alright, there we go. So we're going to do the test once again. And the goal of the test is just to see if I can get it to identify whether so ID of hello, right? ID of thumbnail grid, okay. So Okay, so let's imagine that I'm saying some class, okay? This should say ID of some, or class of some class, but without the dot. And as you can see, that's exactly what it does. Perfect. So that's really, really beautiful. And this simple little function is going to allow us to reference things without having to say document get element by ID over and over again. So I think I'm going to just clean this up, right? It should make the code better. At least better to look at. Alright. So I'm going to take this out. All of this out. Maybe apart from the thumbnail grid. We could use that, right? Now, let's I'm going to do a search for document.get element. And wherever it appears, I'm going to get rid of it. The name of the game is to achieve more with less code. Okay. And that's really beautiful. That's really, really great. Okay. So there was a bit where I had a token, this here. So add event listener load. Now hold on. Oh, that's heavy. What's this inside? Right, I've got you. So let's have a wee, just slowly looking at what this does. So we add a thumbnail, we say HTTP. Then, right, okay. So these are just event listeners. And then we read from the URL. Okay, now let's do a wee search for HTTP here. Okay. Right, now, attempt upload. You can see that we've got a little index here, which is going to be useful. It's going to help us to identify the thing. But I can also see that I'm setting the control opacity to 0. Now this is going to be uploading those thumbnails, and it means it's going to be changing the controls are the bit that says please browse. It's going to be changing the opacity over and over and over, and that's kind of stupid. So let's copy this and take it out. And I'm going to go to attempt upload here. Okay, so right here I'm going to say let's set the controls to 0, so it's only going to do it once. There's no need to keep on looping through it all, you know. Now let's just save and have a little test drive here. Alright. Finding a little bunch of pictures. And say open. Okay, that's alright. That's why we test stuff. So percent indicators is not defined, and rather helpfully it gives us an indication of where that is. Here it is here. So I'm going to go to this progress handler. Now we're talking about line 313. Or maybe not. But see where it says figure out which thumbnail to update? It's this thing here. So what we're going to say then is basically now hold on a minute. Yeah. So think about the percent indicators. So what are we doing? Well, when we upload, we create a thing called percent complete. See that? Now, what I'm going to do then is I'm going to say right here, I'm going to say var percent indicators equals underscore, and in here I'm going to say a dot percent complete. That should fetch all of the percent indicators that are on this page. Let's save it, refresh, keep this console open here, and we're going to give this another try. Alright, so pardon me, now I've got thumb overlays is not defined. Again, it's given us a wee bit of help here. This is on our load thing, right? So I'm going to look for the load thing. Here it is here. And once again, for thumb overlays, I'm going to say var thumb overlays, and it's going to be all of the elements that have a class of thumb overlay. Let's save it. I should actually get my console thing open here. There's no point if we can't see that. Did I refresh this? Alright. So here we go, folks. Uploading. Okay, now unfortunately it's still saying that thumb overlays is not defined. Did we not define? Ah, there you go. Thumb overlays. That's it. Here we go again. We're gonna browse. Clickety click. Okay. So, not too bad. But I do have I cannot set inner HTML of undefined. Now let's have a wee look at that. Okay, so that's a... I'm going to go to the bit that says figure out which thumbnail to update. Okay. Now that's kind of interesting to me because target percent indicator is, now I'm going to say console.log target percent indicator outer HTML. It's as if it cannot select it. Now that is a strange error, so let's just see if we can figure that out. Okay. Okay, so okay, what seems to be happening is we've removed it at some point. Now, I think if I say if target percent indicator and just put this in an if statement, I think it's going to get rid of that error. I might be wrong, but we'll give it a wee try. So here we go. There it is, and that is absolutely beautiful. Alright, so I'm gonna go like take this junk out, take this out here, and I want to just test and make sure that that uploader is actually doing what it should do. I want to see it incrementing. The best way to test that is to bring on a video again, and I'll bring on a little YouTube video. Oh, that's giant, I better not upload that. Okay, here we go, 18 megabytes. So check it out and look at the percent indicator. It's absolutely perfect. Now, I have an error from the API, but I'm not worried about that right now. The main thing is that this works. This is really, really great. So here we go. I'll upload some images. We're back on Firefox here. Uploading. There you go. And you'll notice a lot of the time when I try this, I'm smiling and I'm literally just like, it's going to work, it's going to work. That's the best web development tip I've got. Alright, pretty good. Pretty good. Now, I think I can get rid of some console.logs. So this ticky box thing here has to be renamed since it's got a cross. Let's call it cross div. Gonna go like that. And I'm just getting rid of the console.logs, just cleaning up. No big deal. Everything here's looking beautiful. And okay, everything there's looking fantastic. Okay, good. That's excellent. So I'm satisfied that the code is pretty clean now. And again, if you compare this to compare it to Filepond or something, I think it's faster and it's certainly doing a lot more with less code, you know. So now the name of the game is, I'm gonna bring up a folder and I want to be able to change the file name and stuff like that. Alright, Symbion says, can I do a copy paste? I think so. Well, I'm going to have it so that you can drag things into it. So yeah, you'll be able to do that. Seth is 50 steps ahead of us, who, you know, well done with your observation of the missing comma. Here comes Rishi. What's Filepond and why are you building an alternative? Perhaps Simon could explain. He gets it. A JS library for... Oh, Treff, thank you. With poor documentation and expensive support. God bless you. Treff, I appreciate it. You're the commenter of the day. Oh, sick. Doesn't HTML provide that natively? Okay, nice time. That's right. Thank you very much for those interesting comments. Jez is saying a lot on retracting stuff. I wonder what's up, man. I hope he's not freaking out on us. Anyway, it's 12:30. Let's move on. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to look at where these things are actually being uploaded to, and we're going to focus just a little bit on the endpoint for this stuff. So we've got module resources. I think it's here. I think it's there. So I'm going to select all. I'm going to move it to the trash. Whoever said will you be able to copy paste, I think I will be able to build that. It shouldn't be a problem. So here we go on the left. Do you know what I really love about these live streams? Most of you folks would never dream of trying to build something like this. But I know that those of you who hang about are looking at me and saying, holy shit, if that idiot can do this, do you know what I mean? And that's the point. It took me 20 years to figure this out. It's like, when you watch a tutorial and you're really confused or whatever, it's not your fault. It's just a bad tutorial. And the moment you kind of get it into your head that you can build anything, let me tell you folks, the universe starts smiling on you. The universe starts smiling on you. Now check this out. Here's what we're going to do. I have a file called 1. I'm going to upload it, right? And there it is uploading. Now, get a load of this. I'm going to say 1. How about a little @ symbol? How about maybe a space? Awkward. Name. Now that is an awkward file name. Would you agree? Me too. In fact, let's make it awkward name that is far too long for any sort of a reasonable vibe. And I've added a pound sign, maybe a bracket. This name is totally crazy. Okay, so that is the craziest file name that you ever did see. We're gonna go to the info here. Okay, now look at that file name, folks. It's insane, right? So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to add it to the desktop, and that is going to be our test file, right? Now, the name of the game is to upload awkward files, give them sensible names, and return the sensible name back to the file uploader. First of all, we'll just upload this crazy file here, which I don't know if it's going to work or not, but here we go. Well, can you believe it? It actually works. But of course, the name is still awkward, the name is still crazy, and it's very far from satisfactory. So here's what we're going to do to fix this, folks. We're going to open up TG Uploader, and we're going to go to Do Upload. Now, what I'm looking for here is a file name, you know? I want the file name. So let's have a think about this. Okay, what I'm seeing here is upload picture, and it's taking in a config. Alright, I'm going to go to picture, uploader, do, oh gee, let's see here. Let's see if we can find a little one that worked before. So modules, engine, oh, I just realized something. Right, okay, I know what we're doing here. Going to open up another one. Let's open up our online shop demo from Speed Coding Academy, and I'm going to just do a site-wide search for do upload. Maybe even add in a little bracket. Alright. Now, we're going to look for, here's picture uploader. Okay. And what I'm doing is I'm looking for the file name. So here it's saying upload picture. Ah, now look at this. See that? So $ files picture name. Where's it getting this from? Okay, it seems to me that this is going to return the picture name. So I'm going to go to TG Uploader. And where it says banana, even though this is a multi-file uploader, it's only going to take one file at a time. So I'm going to go like this, and I'm just going to say picture name is that. Of course, it might not be a picture that gets uploaded, but let's not worry about that. And now instead of saying banana, I'm going to echo out picture name like this. Maybe just after the banana. So we're going to browse. Now actually, let me take this out. Okay, here we go. So browsing. Going like this. Undefined index picture in blah 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 blah. Well, that's a little bit of a shame. Okay, so in that case I'm going to say picture name equals JSON decode files. Let's see what that does. You just never know. So what I'm trying to do is get the name of the thing. So expects it to be a string array given. Okay. Let's try var dump that. Maybe even we could chuck this here. Maybe we could just say var dump, and we'll just dump all of the files here. Here we go again. I'm gonna have to clear this thing. Gonna browse. Oh, now here we go. Now look at this. Well, that's perfect. So you can see that files is an array, right? So what this means is that the picture, right, here's what we do. We say if is set files. Now I think that's stupid because it's always going to be set, right? But humour me. We could say if is set files 0, then the picture name is going to be files 0. And you can see that we've got a property here called name. We've also got type and a couple of other things like that. So I'm going to go like that, and I'm now going to echo out the picture name. Alright, I will clear this. Going to refresh. Going to browse. Okay, so here we go. Now, that's unfortunate. Let me do that again. Let me do that again. I should have this in about 3 minutes. Okay. All right. Geez, oh. So apparently, it doesn't have it. Right, let's try again. var dump files. Alright, here we go again. Maybe even a little die statement. Gonna browse. I've got you. Right, okay. So what happened there is the file that has gone across has got a name of file 1. Do you see that? So I should actually go like this and say file 1. Okay, that should do it. Let's try it again. I will refresh here and I'm going to clear the decks here. We're going to browse. Chuck this in. Upload. Undefined offset 0. You miserable shyster. I meant to say file 1. Alright, here we go. Nearly there. Nearly there. Smiling. Expectation of success. There it is. Right, excellent. So, what I want to do then is see when the upload happens. Make sure the file names are cool. So here's how we do this. I'm going to say prep file names. And we're going to in fact, let's just do it right here. I don't need another method. I'm going to say for each files as key is assigned to value, I'm going to say file name is value name. And I'm going to just say rock the file name with a die statement. So let's browse again. Let's grab this screenshot here. There you go. So it says rock the screenshot. So we have a gig, right? So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to make the file name cool. So I'm going to say new file name is, now this is where I'm going to make a thing up called prep file name, and I'm going to take in this file name here. So right upstairs here, I'm going to say function prep file name. We take in our file name. Now the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say new file name equals URL title file name. That is something that comes with the Trongate framework. I'm just going to return new file name. Simple as that, right? And then I'm going to say that files of this key name is going to equal the new file name. All right. So, do you see how this is an awkward file name with an @ symbol and all sorts of spaces and stuff? What I'm going to do is move all of this to the trash. Going to refresh here. And we're going to upload, and hopefully it's going to remove all of those rubbish characters. Here we go. And there it is. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, but you can see a couple of mistakes here. The first mistake is that we've lost the .jpeg thing. Okay, so this is a good time to really test this thing. So I'm going to say test, echo, rock. And everything here is kind of easy, to be honest. There's no... we're now in the realms of just ordinary PHP. So this should be good. I'm going to say test file name equals, and let's chuck in our astonishingly awkward file name. Here it is here. So I'm going to copy that, heading over here, pasting on in, and I think it said .jpeg, right? Now I'm going to say safe file name is this prep file name, and we'll pass in our test file name, and I'm going to just say there's the test file name, and there is the safe file name. Refreshing on the left, there we have it. Not too bad, right? Now the first thing is, let's preserve the .jpeg. Now the way that we do that is we're going to say bits equals explode, and I'm going to look for the dots here. I'm going to explode upon test file name. Now we can then say that the last bit is going to be bits, and we're going to go to count bits -1. We add in -1 because arrays start from 0, and then I'm going to echo out last bit with a die statement. So here we go, and as you can see it says JPEG. Now I am going to say that the last bit is a dot with this thing joined on. So there you go, and there is our last bit. Okay, now what I'm going to do next is I want to remove the last bit from the file name. So just in plain English, remove the last bit from the test file name. Now I could use a string replace for this, but there is a hypothetical possibility that somebody could have a file name like this. But you know something? Who cares? That's on them. Because ultimately we're just going to be adding that thing on anyway. So we can, thankfully, use a good old-fashioned string replace. We're going to look for the last bit, and we're going to replace it with emptiness. We're doing that to the test file name. Then, just like we've got here, we're going to go like this. Safe file name is that stuff. And then we're going to say safe file name also equals, and we're joining on the last bit here. And now I'm smiling because if we refresh the page on the left hand side, you can see that we've now removed all of the characters and we've got a beautiful file name here. And isn't the Tron Gate framework nice? Because I was able to do that with one line of code here. The line of code being URL title. But let's go a little bit further. I'm not entirely sure if I like these big giant crazy names like this. I think given the size of our uploader, the amount of text we've got available, I feel as if that's kind of a decent file name size actually. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Maybe something like that, right? So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to say safe right up here. Right. I'm going to get the first 10 characters. So I'm going to say safe file name is, and it's going to be a substring. It's a substring of safe file name. I want 10 characters starting from position 0. Now I'm going to just echo out safe file name with a die statement. What did I do? What did I do? Is it this way? Yeah, there we go. Excellent. So that's us now got the first 10 characters. Now I'm going to join on a random string. So I'm going to say safe file name also equals, now let's say we get 4 random characters. So something like make rand str, 4 characters. And once again, isn't the Tron Gate framework beautiful? The way that it handles all of that. I think it is. So now that we have reduced the size of the crazy big file, we have also preserved the .jpeg, as you can see. All of the dangerous characters are gone. And finally, we've even added on a unique token. The chances of 2 files having the same code here are probably in the millions to 1 region. So I am happy with that. Alright. Now, let's take this stuff here. Copy it. We're going to paste in here. Now I'm looking at a thing that says test file name. That should actually just say file name. There we go, right? So, I just want to give it one more test before I put this into action. I'm going to just say hi. There we go. Now I'm going to say safe name is this prep file name, passing in the test file name. We're going to echo out the safe name. Here we go. Oh, okay, there's something circular going on here. And there's what's the circular part. Alright. Undefined variable safe file name on line 44. Okay, so I'm going to say safe file name is URL title of file name. So here we go. There you go. Look at that beautiful file name. Now I feel as if I could probably, now that I've looked at it, I can probably make it a wee bit smaller. Perhaps we can even just get the first 8 characters, you know. It's fine. Alright, so that's what we're talking about. So now that we have prepped the file name, it's time to bring this thing to life. So have a wee look at this, and as you can see, we're running this prep file name, right? So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to delete everything on the right hand side. I'm going to head back to the uploader. Okay, and I'm going to take that very stupidly named file, this crazy file here, and I'm going to upload it again, but this time it's going to upload it, but it's going to rename it with a nice file name. Here we go. And there it is right there. Oh man. Pardon me. It's a challenge not to be smug sometimes, folks. It's a challenge not to be smug. Now let's keep pushing forward. On the uploader here, I'm echoing out banana. Of course, we're going to change that. We're going to call it picture name. But you know, I think that's fine actually. Picture name's fine. So now I'm thinking of something here. I wonder, this is going to be important later on. I have a question. Let's imagine we do a div with a class equal to something. Something amazing here. Okay, now I have a little experiment to do. I'm going to say something has got a background of orange. Let's refresh. Now no surprises there, right? Here's what I want to test. If I put dots here, that's going to break it. Of course it's going to break it. Right, so I have a wee bit of work still to do. I'm going to go back to this test thing here again. Right. Now, let's try a test file name equal to 1_2. Let's try that. Okay. Okay, here's what we're going to do then. When I prep the file name, even before I do the URL title, I'm going to say that the file name is going to be string replace, and And I'm going to look at those underscores and replace them with hyphens. Now back over to the test thing. Let's try something else here. What does this thing do? Right, we're keeping the underscores here. What do we do with these hyphens? Looks like we're removing the hyphens. Interesting. Okay. Well, let's assume that we go like this. Alright. And we go like this. Now, let's assume that we take the dot no, hang on. Yeah, that's right. So let's assume that we take the dot and we replace it with a hyphen. Oh, why did that happen? Okay, let's take that line out. Done. Okay. Let's just try something. Say file name equals file name. Refresh. 1, 2. Right, I've got the dot here. Now, I'm thinking. I wonder. I want to turn the dot into something that can be read at the other side. Yeah, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Ah, you downer. Starting to get desperate here. Right, do you know what? I am solving a problem that doesn't need to be solved here, because the thing, if some idiot uploads a file name with dots, this is going to remove those dots anyway. That's right. That's right. It's going to remove them. So what I could do is, I've got it. I've totally got it. When the thing appears and we're echoing out this picture name, sure, it will echo out the picture name, I get that. But I'm going to say that the picture name reference is going to be string replace dot with a dash on the picture name. So now, you miserable swines, of course, I would say echo out picture name ref. So strictly speaking, oh, you, come on, man, I'm doing this. Oh, right, here we go. Little die state. Do you know what? That's because I'm doing this test nonsense. It's fine. This is actually good code. If I go back to the uploader here, now check it out, folks. I will clear the decks here. Alright, now I'm going to browse. We'll grab the awkward file name. And as you can see, it's saying that the picture is 1 hyphen awkward blah 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 hyphen JPEG. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. So what that's going to do is it's going to mean that each and every file that gets uploaded can now have a unique class. This class can then be read on the API when the cross gets clicked, which means that the API will be able to delete the file. Thank you very much. Your applause is most welcome. All right. So let's have a wee look at your fine comments. Picture is the name of the HTML element. Should exchange that with the form. Picture is the name of the HTML form element, so you should exchange that with your form element. Name attribute. I think you were right, actually. I would say so. Yep. Here's FavTech. Keep up the great work, DC, but do take breaks for your eyes' sake. Thank you, FavTech. I appreciate that. And Jake is always a force of positivity. Thank you, Jake. Alright, so we're in pretty good shape here, you know. So what we can do then is, if you have a look at the uploader thing here, we're back into the land of JavaScript, right? Now, what are we doing here? Hang on, wrong file. Alright, here we go. So I'll stick a wee bit of music on if I can, folks. I do like this band here. Alright, so we're heading back over to the JavaScript file here, which lives on this thing. This experiment was a success. So what we're doing then is we're looking at the load event. Here it is here. And as you can see, we've got an index here, right? So what we do then, do you see how we've got this vibe where the vibe is HTTP response text? Okay, so I'm going to say if http.status is 200, that means everything is okay, right? Then I'm going to say let's fetch the target thumb overlay. So we have our thumb overlays here. We also have our index, and in fact we can bring this in again and we can go like this. and we can say right, do you remember how we added in yeah, I'm going to say yeah, let's say target thumb overlay dot set attribute. We're going to give it an ID equal to HTTP response text. Alright. Alright. So what we're doing, added ID of, and we're going to have it so that when we upload a file here, our thumb overlay is going to be given an ID. So have a look at this. Alright, here we go again. Little correction here. Saving it. Right, so you can see that it says added ID of such and such. So now I'm going to inspect this thumb overlay here. And as you can see, it does indeed have an ID attached to it, a unique ID. Now, the reason why that's cool is we can go like this. If we go back to the cross thing here, alright, so here's our cross, right? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add an attribute. I'm going to say crossdiv.set attribute. Now this attribute is going to be called onClick. And the question is, what do you want it to do on click? Well, let's just get a thing called delete img. That's all we need. Delete img. I'm going to go downstairs. Going to build a little function here called delete I am so at the top of my game, folks. I've never felt like this in my whole life. I know that it sounds arrogant, but I'm just feeling as if I can build anything right now. It's fucking, it took me 23 years, you know, but I'm feeling quite good about this. So let's do a little alert, and we're going to say delete this thing. Anyway, okay, so we're just going to go like that. And you know what? This is a flawed idea. I can see it. There's a flaw, right? It's saying delete the thing, but it would be better if we yeah, here's what we'll do. This will be better. This will be better. A better way to do this is I'm going to say function listen for deletes. And when we finish uploading here, Right, you see how we've got a thing called attempt upload? I'm gonna find the bit that says load actually. Load, here it is here. So that's when everything is finished, right? No, hang on. Right, we've set an ID. I've got it. Right. Here's what you want to do. Go like this and add in delete image. But this time we'll pass in the HTTP dot response text. Alright, let's give this a try. So we're going to move it to the trash. We're going to select. Going to go like that. Now, as we... Okay, I thought that might happen. So the cross div... Okay, I'm going to say var cross div is thumb overlays dot last child. Let's try again. And like I say, folks, the only difference between me and the average character is a little bit of confidence, an expectation of success. Okay, so it's going to be target thumb overlay last child. Here we go again. So there you go. Now if I right click and inspect, haha, well, Okay, so I'm going to say var. No. We're going to take this, make it a double quote. And we're going to take this, make that a double quote. Let's try again. We're nearly there. Nearly there. Okay. Okay. No errors. We're going to inspect. And there you have it. So now you can see that I've got delete image and I'm passing in that all important ID. So now life becomes easy, because now I can say delete image and I've got the element ID, and I'm going to just do a little alert on that element ID here. So little bit at a time, folks. It's kind of like climbing a mountain, you know. One little step at a time is all we need. So I'm going to click on the cross here, and as you can see, it's given me an alert with the class name here. With that class name, all I have to do is post that back to the API, little bit of string replacing on the hyphen, and I will be able to delete that image. Oh, hallelujah. So what we're going to do is send in some sort of HTTP request, something like that. Now I'm happy to make this a post request, and I'm going to say let's just pass in this element ID here, right? And where am I going to send it to? Well, let's go to tg uploader / ditch. Later on I'm going to add in tokens and stuff and make it secure, but we're not there just yet, okay? But I am going to do a little console.log on HTTP status, and then we're going to go to this ditch thing here. Now let me do maybe up here, ditch, and I'm going to say I'm going to have to do a wee search for some code that I can never remember. That's what we're talking about. So on ditch we're saying that, and I'm going to say posted data is JSON decode. Okay, so let's just do let's just get the, I'm going to say element ID is posted data, and we're going to be looking at LID, and I am going to echo out the element ID. Here we go. So I'm going to do that, right? Now over here on the left hand side, I'll do this thing one more time. So we're going to browse. I'm going to go like this, bringing up the console here. I'm going to click on this, and what I'm hoping for is some kind of message from the API. And it looks like that is exactly what we got here. We have, let's do that again. Click. See how it says we have? So I'm getting the element ID here, right? Yep. Oh man, I'm good. Right, here we go then. Forgive me for being an arrogant asshole these days, but I feel like I'm doing okay with this. So now I'm going to say bits equals explode, and I'm going to break it up according to the hyphens. What we're going to break up? The element ID. I'm going to say last bit is so the last bit is bits count bits minus 1. Alright. Now, if we then say that the last bit is actually that, and then just for the moment I'm going to say target image name is string replace let's replace that last bit with a thing called replace. Now replace is going to be exactly the same as this, except with a dot, and I'm going to echo out that target image name. So now when I click on this, you can see that the API is successfully figuring out the name of the file that I have to delete here. But beware, because there is a hypothetical flaw with this. The hypothetical flaw is if somebody had .jpeg appearing in the middle of the image name, this could potentially not work. Therefore, I'm going to have to do a little bit of testing again. So let's do that. Okay, so I'm just going to say string is, here I go again on my own. So a little bit of testing here as we figure out how to make this perfect. So TG uploader test. There we go. Now, what I want to do is, let's just say, actually, I'm going to say, I need a longer word here. Right, so I want to get the last X characters of that string. So what I would say is the last 5, for example. Well, how would you do that? How would you do it? You'd get the length of the string, right? And then you would say that the last 5 is a substring of string. I'm looking for 5 from a start position of oh, why did I say 2? From a start position. No, that's wrong. Right, one moment. I know that that's not the last 5, but I just want to clarify something. Right, okay, cool. So the start position. The start position is the string length minus 1 minus, let's say, 5. So if I do that, alright, I can take out this minus 1. That's cool. Now I'm going to see if I can make it a wee bit shorter. So if I say if I do that and a minus 1 in here and take that out, there's a gazillion ways of doing this, and okay, that's it. Okay, so right, I'm gonna say get last characters, and then I'm going to say target length. Here we're going to have target length, and here we're going to have target length. And right here, I'll just call it last characters. And I'm going to return, pardon me, last characters. So you'd pass in the string and you'd pass in the target length. So I'll say that the target length is 4. And I'm going to say, let's echo this get last characters. I'm going to pass in the string, I'm going to pass in the target length. And it says ever. Now, right, I'm going to rename this from get last characters to get end characters. And here I'm going to say What's another word for the end of something? I'll tell you what, let's call it get string chunk. And I'm going to have a thing here that says start from start equals null. Alright, so nothing changes, it still works, right? But if I pass in true, then I'm going to say if is set from the start. A little okay statement here maybe. Okay, so if it's from the start, then let's call this something like that. And if it's from the start, I'm going to say that the string chunk is a substring. We are starting on the string. Our start position, actually, all I need to do is say start position is 0. There we go. So now we have liftoff. Could this vibe possibly be more awesome? So there's the first 4 characters. I'm calling a thing called get string chunk, right? So you put in the string, you put in the target length. Let's say 5. Okay, so could. And if I don't want it at the start, if I want the end 5 characters, I would do this. Alright, now that's a handy little thing. I think I'll probably reuse that sometimes. So, why did I build that stupid little function? And everybody's probably screaming at the screen saying there's a faster way. But stay cool. Because what I'm going to do... You see this last bit here? You see that last bit right there? Right. I want to get the length of that last bit. So last bit length is string length of the last bit. Alright. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the last chunk. The last chunk is going to be get string chunk, and I'm going to be looking at the element ID, and I now have a target length. It's the last bit length. There it is right there. In fact, let's add in a little true. Let's make this first chunk. Yeah. So we've now got the first part of it. The last part remains safe. Of course, the target length is string length of element ID minus the last bit length. We're going to say target length. There it is. Now, I'm going to say corrected last bit is string replace, and we're going to get rid of the hyphen and replace it with a dot on the last bit. And now the target image name is the first chunk joined onto the corrected last bit. I could have done this with much less code, I can feel it, but I don't care as long as it works, you know. Right, so let's give that a wee try. I'll head back to the uploader here. Okay, so I'm going to click, and it's just perfect. Now the reason why that matters is because if somebody puts JPEG or something in the file name, it's still going to be fine, right? So now that that works, all I have to do, now that we know the file name of the file to be deleted, let's delete it and then present user with a 200 code. Alright, and when that's done, in fact, I'm going to just say great. Oh no, in fact, what am I saying? Well, you see how I'm echoing out the target image name here? In fact, what I should be echoing out is the element ID. The reason why I should be echoing out the element ID is because when the element ID comes back to this, that's right, when the element ID comes back, I can say var, in fact, var thumb to go equals so it's document get element by ID http dot response text. Now how do you remove an element in JavaScript? Okay, so what we do then is we take the thumbnail grid, which we have, I believe, declared somewhere. There it is, it's a thumbnail grid, right? So we take the thumbnail grid which is right here, and we say remove child. Remove what child? The thumb to go child. That's what child. And here we go. Now this will not delete over on the server. We've not done that yet. But it should remove it from our drop zone on the left. So here we go. Gonna go like that. Okay. I'm gonna click this cross, and if all goes well, it should delete from the left. Here we go. Okay. JavaScript delete element if we know the ID, or remove element. Okay. Now, if I cannot find a way to do this, I've got a workaround which is quite good. There we go. That actually looks good. That's good code. Can you believe it? All you have to say is thumb to go remove. Let's try this again, folks. I'm smiling, always with an expectation of success. Remember, folks, you can build anything you want. We are taking Bon Jovi's advice today, and we are living on a prayer. So what happened there is I just removed the cross. You have to laugh. You have to laugh. Right, here we go. After all of that. Right, let's try this again. So we're going to look at the inspector here. That was funny. I see. So we need to actually get the parent node. Let's just say thumb to go equals nah. I'm going to just say clicked element. So that's going to be clicked element dot parent node. Right, is this going to work? Let's give this a try. I think we've definitely got it. I mean, this is just a foregone conclusion. Regardless of whether or not I get errors, as I said yesterday, it's like I'm playing a game of chess and I know that I've got checkmate 10 moves ahead here, you know. So let's give it a try. And there you go. That's fantastic. Okay. Pretty good. Pretty good. So now I'm going to go to the API again, and I'm going to get the actual delete thing working. To do this, I am going to cheat. I'm going to cheat. I'm cheating by hard coding in a code here, right? Now, okay, so what I'm going to do then is I want to figure out the destination. So I'm going to go to module, market, items. Now look at this. You can see that I've got a thing called init picture upload settings. It's on module market items, right? So I'm going to say on our ditch thing, let's just say this module market items, and then I'm going to say settings is this module market. Alright, so I'm going to get this init picture uploader multi settings here. Alright, now one of those settings is called destination. So I'm going to say that the destination is going to be settings. We are talking about an array, so I can just say destination like that. Okay, now I'm gonna take that destination and I'm going to say that the destination is string replace. We're going to take the bit that says code, which is right here, and I'm going to replace it with that, which I'm just going to call replace. So I think that's a wee bit easier to read, you know, and I'm going to replace upon our destination. Then I'm going to say that the destination also equals a / and the target image name. We should now have the name of the picture that we're hoping to delete. So I'm simply going to say if file exists, and we're talking about this destination thing here. I suppose I could say target file. So if that exists, then I'm just going to unlink it, unlink it, the target file. I'm going to then do an HTTP response code of 200 because everything went well, and I'm going to echo out that element ID. Perfect. That's what we're going to do. Okay, so here we go again, folks. We should now have an uploader with delete functionality on it. Let's give it a try. So here's my awkwardly named file. I'm uploading. There it's on the right here. I'm going to click the wee cross. Oh, do you know what? There we go. So I'm going to click the cross. Okay, a little PHP error on line 51, and it's just just a wee correction here. There we go. Now let's try this again, okay? So I'm selecting all. We're going to move to the trash. We're going to upload. Now remember, it's removing all of the dodgy characters. We have a unique and a safe file name over on the right hand side here. So again, I'm going to click the cross, and there it goes. Alright, so now the question is, can we do this with more than one file? So it's probably a good time to go back into the online shop here, and I'm going to try and upload a whole bunch of files. Here we go. So we're uploading. Okay, and now maybe I'll bring the size in a wee bit here, and let's just see if we can delete files, right? So you see this thing with the dude with the watch here? I'm going to delete that one, right? So I'll click on that. There it goes. Going to delete a couple more. Let's do this one. Now watch the right hand side as I click the cross here. There you go. Now I'm going to delete this gal here, but watch the left hand side and how everything looks beautiful. Look at that. That, my friends, is just about perfect. Alright, nice checkpoint, okay? So I'm going to take a wee commit here, and I'm going to say delete files working. How you like me now? How you like me now? So the dude who wanted the $200 for technical support, I think I'll just not bother. I think I'll just save that $200, and I think I will donate this to the framework. Everything I'm building is yours. All right. All right. And as always, I see from the comments that everybody's 50 steps ahead of me. Okay, so let's just have a wee read at what you're saying. If you have a moment, Dave should get Jake to call you to show you the new changes in the extension which was put into the VS Code. Hold on. I'm going to have to make a phone call. I'm meant to meet somebody for lunch and I've switched my phone off. Give the man a curly wurly. You've just told me that you're from Scotland. Alright, well maybe we'll do that phone call in a wee minute then if you're up for it. But I'm going to have to phone up my Lady Wonder wench. Forgive me folks, I will be back in about 5 minutes. Cheers man.
Thank you so much. Alright, we're gonna do a series of Last Ninja tunes for you, Last Ninja 3. And of course, we're gonna bring on stage Mr. Ray Noend, the composer of Last Ninja 3 music. Alright, hi.
Well, hello folks. You are watching the home of the web development revolution. Together, we are changing an industry. Together, we are keeping the doors of web development open. And together, we shall prosper. Now, I have a little bit of running around to do today. My car needs fixed. Not my Lamborghini, the other one. Have you seen my Lamborghini yet, by the way? It's an incredible Lamborghini. Bright orange with an open top roof. You don't believe me, do you? Okay, let me show you it. Because no guru would be complete without a Lamborghini. This is my Lamborghini, ladies and gentlemen. And it's not a toy Lamborghini. It's a real Lamborghini. Because the big revelation is, I'm actually 300 foot tall, speaking to you from the center of the earth. This is my Lamborghini. Anyway, I can see that Derek is in the house. Nice to see you, Derek. Welcome. Welcome. I'm just waiting on Val's coming over just now. I'm going to just head out and grab a wee coffee if that's okay. So I have just a short amount of time for the moment. However, I've decided I'm going to keep the live stream going, and I am confident, do you hear me, ladies and gentlemen? I'm confident that I can finish this thing today. It shall be finished, and it's going to be a great addition to our glorious ecosystem. First of all, can you losers hear me? I feel like I have to check you guys for a pulse sometime. Am I that unpopular? I mean, come on. I've even got my web developer hoodie on today, right? That's what you have to wear when you're a developer, you know. See? Hip. I'm a hip dude. Anyway, let's see what Derek's up to. Probably some PSR bullshit. Apologies, Derek. It's all part of the game. And by the way, these stains are not actually stains. I had them sewn on just so that I could stand out from the crowd. Well, let me show you. Let me show you. How do I get you on here? I'll tell you what. I'll give you all the demo, and then I'll call you up, right? So here comes the demo. All right. Now I'll switch my camera off here for the moment. So if I go like this. Okay. So here's where we are, folks. Can you see the screen? I hope you can see the screen. Alright. So I have a folder on the right. I have a file uploader on the left, right? Now what I'm going to do is, and I'm going to have to rush out in a minute, but for the moment, let's just browse for some files, and I'm going to upload a whole bunch of files here, 7 of them actually. I can get rid of this, I don't need it anymore, forgive me. Don't need to waste my time with some console.logs, those days are way behind. I left them behind, folks. So here we go, we're going to browse. I'm choosing a bunch of pictures here. Now watch the speed. Watch the speed. Boom. Okay, the black silk one looks a bit ropey, but that's just a bit of CSS. Let's now delete some files. Now watch how quick this is. Delete. Delete. Look at it. Both sides, left and right. Delete, delete, delete. Delete. And we are all square. Let's do that again, shall we? So I'll leave out that miserable black silk one that ruined the whole demo. But here it is. Look at the vibe. Everything resizes fantastically. See? And again, I'll delete the dude with the watch here, right? Alright. Now, one of the nice things about this system is that if you have an awkward file name, for example, here on the desktop, look at this file name. You've never seen anything like it. Look at that file name. It's got @ symbols, it's long, it's got weird characters and everything. But I can upload that. And what happens, it uploads immediately. And as you can see, it has been renamed and shortened into a safe and unique file name. We're going to close, and there we go. And if there is anything to be learned from this, folks, I keep on saying it, it's the power of blind faith. You go watch yesterday's live stream and I had no clue how to build this. In fact, day before that, I'd spent 2 days wrestling with Filepond. Worst documentation I've ever seen. But now, change has come to America because this works. Let's do the screenshot here. Here we go. Look at this. Boom. That's a big, big file there, you know. Taking it away. How you like me now? And I tell you, man, I'm just so happy. I am so happy. I wasted 20 years hanging about in the doldrums, feeling guilty because I couldn't understand anything. One day I woke up, look at the speed. Look at the speed. One day I woke up and I decided, a bit like Sylvester Stallone, I thought, I ain't gonna go down no more. Now there are a few wee glitches with this that I can see that maybe you folks cannot see. For example, this file 1.jpg actually gets uploaded with a new file name. Does that bother me? Probably not. Probably not. I think that'll be fine, in fact. So we'll keep that as it is. That's the demo. That's your whack. And God bless us all. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Alright. So, oh, I missed you, Simon. I apologise. Let's give Derek a call and see what his vibe is. What? Hey man, can you hear me?
Hold on, I need to just mute your...
Oh yeah, turn your radio down.
There we go.
How on earth are you doing, you crazy rock and roller?
Yeah, that's really nice. That was a good demo.
Oh, did you like it?
Yeah, very nice. What I was going to say to you, remember like my cricket website?
Yep.
So there was a lot of people uploading stuff to that, right?
Yep.
And it started freaking out, like more in my computer rather than in Linux. But like, see, when you go over 1,000 files in a folder, it starts freaking out a bit.
Right.
So what I was going to suggest to you is when you do your uploads, I don't know, like it just gets a list of the folders in there. If there isn't one, it creates a folder called number 1. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, you're saying if people do gazillions of uploads, it freaks out?
Aye, if you have over like 1,000 files or something in a folder, like I've noticed Windows, Mac and Linux all start freaking out a bit.
Okay. Let me apologise in advance because I'm going to have to run out in a minute here.
Right.
But let me ask a question. See, when you did your uploader, did you use a third-party uploader or did you make your own?
Oh, mine, it was mine.
And did your uploader look anything like the one I'm doing?
Oh, no, it was nothing like his fancy, man, no.
Okay, the reason why I'm asking is because with this uploader, you've got full control of everything. I wrote every single line of code for this. And so when I upload stuff with this, I can easily count the pictures. I can immediately, in less than half a second, count the amount of files, check the file types, the file sizes. I can do all of that immediately.
Right.
So if some lunatic tries to upload 400 pictures, it's literally just a wee if statement to say, hey man, if this shyster has 400, give them an alert and say, no chance, matey. It's as easy as that.
Aye, but like, say you're just like, I don't know, people are uploading images which you're then storing into a database for something, right? And then...
Oh, hang on a second. Forgive me. I've missed a call.
Oh.
I may have to vanish.
No worries, man. No worries.
Give me a minute. Nothing? Alright. It's fine. So, as I was saying, yeah, you're going to say, but what if they upload a gazillion pictures? You want it to automatically create folders, and you want each of the folders to have unique names, and then... What's that?
I'm just saying, in general, if you're going to be storing a lot of uploads and stuff like that, you want to have it like a wee server farm. They've always got like wee subfolders, and they do that to keep the speed of the system running.
Yeah,
well,
but you know what, man? I mean? See that server farm and keep the speed of the running henhouse shit? All of that stops me from launching a framework and changing the world, you know? I'm not... I mean, God bless you, but I'm not running around looking for a problem to solve. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm just saying because I've ran into that problem, you know?
I know, but I'm not interested. I'm just you know? This particular thing is a thing that's going to be for uploading screenshots on the module marketplace. Now, I'd like to put it on the framework, and I'm going to, but I'm not near that stage right now. It'll probably be a couple of weeks before it gets added to that, you know. But I'm not. I have to ask myself, what's the best use of my time? Is the best use of my time finishing this thing, or absolutely accommodating some asshole who has uploaded 500 pictures?
Well, I mean, yeah, you're right in that you've got to prioritise, you know, but just like keep it in mind as a feature, you know. Just as you're moving those files to that folder, just count how many folders there are. See how many files are in it. If it's less than 1,000, throw it in there. If it's full up, create a new folder and start throwing them in there. It's just
that's
a
fucking
number in front of the URL, you know.
Okay. Yep. Okay, Derek.
Yeah, it's just something for future, man. You know, like, I know you've got a lot on because you've got your launch date in, what, a fortnight?
Your solution is bullshit.
No, it works.
So does Composer, but that's bullshit as well.
Right, okay.
The reason why it's bullshit is because for this particular application, maybe your vibe is different with the Cricket site, but for this particular application, I'm not building an AWS data warehouse. All I'm building is a thing that lets people upload picture galleries for, in this case, modules on the module marketplace. It may be for people uploading picture galleries for store items at some point or something like that. Now, the way that that's going to work is, in this case at least, is there's going to be a folder in the public directory called module resources. Each and every module, and I've built this, in fact, I'm inside it right now. So in the public folder, there is a folder called module resources. Each and every module has a unique code that's about 7 or 8 characters, I think. And then inside each of those folders, we've got a module for the icon, a module for the cover, like the promo cover, and a folder for the picture gallery. And so when you have a module on the shop, you've got one folder that contains everything for that particular module. Do you know what I'm saying?
Right, okay.
So it's just a separation vibe going on, and
right. So basically, you're saying if they upload pictures for one particular thing on the module marketplace, it's going to go into one of these folders anyway.
Aye, so what I'm saying is if you decide to add something to the module marketplace, right? And let's say you make a module called Super Cool Module, right?
All right.
When you upload it, a folder will be created for your module. And all of your stuff for your module will be self-contained within that one folder, including gallery stuff, including other pictures, including maybe even the module itself. So it's all going to be self-contained in one folder. Do you see what I'm saying?
All right. Okay. Yeah. So per module, then that
Aye.
gets rid of the need for what I was saying. Then yeah.
Aye. What you're saying is no doubt awesome for some generic and hypothetical situation, but it would ruin the structure of this app. Do you know what I mean?
Right. Okay.
All right. Anyway, what are you working on today?
What am I working on today? I'm just about to get started. I'll just put my machine on, and first thing that came up, YouTube, while I was having my coffee.
That's cool. Are you going to be doing a lot of coding today?
Yeah, probably.
That's good.
I'm working on this dentist website just now.
Oh, how's it looking?
Aye, it's pretty good.
How's the admin panel looking for it?
The admin panel's looking good, yeah.
That's brilliant. Would you like to give us a demo later on when I get back?
Possibly.
Well, you don't need to. It's just, we are live streaming and we like to see what people are doing, right?
Well, I guess so, yeah.
Yeah. Well, if you want to do it, you can. You don't need to, of course. But I just thought I'd put it out there. I don't know if Simon is still here. Simon, I'm going to be leaving in a minute. I'm waiting on a phone call. Literally. I'm actually concerned that she hasn't phoned yet because it's a short journey. Did you hear Bitcoin's at a new high?
Oh, it's been doing craziness.
A new high.
Let's have a look.
Computer, what's the price of Bitcoin in US dollars?
It's $19,028 just now.
I'm hearing 18,000. Do you know something, Derek? It's bouncing off that 19.5 mark, innit?
It went right up to 19,888. And then it dropped into 18,000.
Oh, right. It's never been to 20,000, eh?
Nope. Never been to 20,000. This is a psychological barrier here.
Okay.
But it's going to push through. It's going to push through.
Darn straight. Darn straight. Well, I'll tell you something, Derek, man. I am going to finish this thing tonight.
Nice one. And I'm going to make some progress on the thing I'm doing. Where am I?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I was sending emails out last night. That's what I was doing.
Right. Sending emails, eh?
Well, just, when certain things happen, you want to notify people via email and what have you.
All right, okay. Aye.
That kind of stuff.
That sounds good. It sounds like a cool app you're doing,
Aye, well, basically it's just for referring people with bad teeth who either self-referrals, they phone and they fill in the form and get themselves an appointment or whatever, or they get referred by another dentist who's too busy or something like that. I don't know why they have this, but apparently they do. So people are sending people everywhere, and it's a method for allowing these dentists to log in and upload x-rays and stuff like that.
Right. Very nice, very nice. Who would have thought a dentist could be so much fun?
I'm enjoying it because I'm building it in Bone Framework, so I'm getting a chance, and it's really enjoyable, actually using it rather than just building it. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
You've done quite a number of sites on your framework already, haven't you?
One or two, but it's it's kind of far from finished, if you know what I mean.
Well,
no, it works. Let me say that again. It works. But I made a big decision last night.
What's that?
I'm not going to use any third-party libraries.
Right, we were talking about that, but again, you're not going to restrict anyone building their own modules because they'll have their own module assets. You know, if my page wants a bit of jQuery on there, right, I guess my module will have jQuery in its assets folder.
Okay.
And call that. Yeah?
Yeah.
You're not stopping that from happening, eh?
No, I'm absolutely encouraging people to use third-party libraries.
Aye, but you're just not putting any in the core framework files or anything.
Exactly.
Right, aye, no, but that's fine, that's absolutely fine.
That's cool. So it's an exciting time, you know. There's a lot of cool things going on. It's been a ghastly year, as you know. But hopefully we're on our way now. I'm actually quite genuinely concerned here, you know.
What about?
Well, Val said she was coming over. Now it's going straight to the answer phone. Man, well, that's good, I suppose. Anyway, Jake, Simon, God bless you. I'm just. Hi Val, how are you doing?
Back in front of your car.
Oh right, bless you. Okay, I'll head down just now. Okay. Okay, now take it easy. Bye. Yeah, she's not that far away, and that was like solid bit of time, you know. I'm glad that she's okay. Anyway, Simon and Jake, bless you. Thank you for your vibe, but I'm going to have to run out just now. I will be back shortly, and I'll leave you with this incredible band. Do you want to take the centre stage, Derek, actually? You can host the vibe if you want.
I can host the vibe?
Well, it's either you host the vibe or I'll leave music on. Well,
I'm going to have to get on with some work just now. But
right,
yeah,
okay.
give me a shout later when you're back on, if you want.
Aye. Well, I'll probably be back within the hour, you know.
All right. Okay. Cool.
All right. Take it easy, man. I'll catch you later.
Yeah. No probs. I'll see you later on, right?
Cheers.
Bye bye.
Okay. Well, that was Derek McLean there, and it's nice to hear from him as always. Anyway, let's see if we can get this set up here. Folks, I am going to head. Thank you very much. I'll be back in a wee while, and I'm going to leave you with this fantastic band here. I hope you like them. They play Commodore 64 music. These are all Commodore 64 tunes you're listening to. I'll see you later.
Thank you very much. Okay. Welcome to the heavy metal part of Back in Time. How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? Sounds good to me. Okay, we're fast loaders. We play 64 music in the spirit of heavy metal. So, have we come to the right place today? That's what I want to hear. Okay, we have a lot of cool tunes for you to play today. So, without much ado, we're gonna continue, and we're probably gonna do the most progressive 64 song ever made. All right, thank you very much. Everybody knows Monty on the Run. Here it comes. One of the most hardest songs on the Commodore 64. I can assure you guys. Thank you so much. Great to see all of you here today. As you all might probably know all this time, unfortunately Ben Daglish passed away 2 weeks ago. And we were supposed to do some tracks with him here today. We would do a tribute, and we would do these tracks in his spirit, as he could not be here. And for this occasion, I would like to welcome a special guest here from Bergen, Miss Mira Tusulkam. Mira Tadeusilong, to your big hand. Alright, we're gonna go a little bit serious now. We're gonna take you through the Forbidden Forest and beyond. Thank you so much. Alright, we're gonna do a series of Last Ninja tunes for you, Last Ninja 3. And of course, we're gonna bring on stage Mr. Ray Owen, the composer of Last Ninja 3 music. Alright, hi. Okay, we're gonna slow things a little bit up here. Yes. Mr. Ray Owen, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, that was one legend. We can't just do it with one, can we? Mr. Chris Schultzbeck, everyone. Give him a big applause, yeah. And of course, we're going to do some Turrican 2 tunes for you from the Amiga. So thank you so much for showing up here tonight. We're gonna do one more Ninja tune for you. This one is a heavy one. Thank you, Ed. Sorry? Do you want more? What do you want? What do you want? Which song? Who said water? You bastard. Right. But I'm gonna take one of your tunes though.
Hello my little beauties, we are back. Welcome to the home of the web development revolution. You are in the right place at the right time. So yesterday I set myself an incredible challenge of building a Filepond alternative. Filepond, of course, is the best file uploader that I could find. And here we are one day later, and I think it's safe to say we have something that's, well, let's not bother with any false humility. It's probably better than Filepond. So this is basically kind of a done deal. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to wrap this thing up, and I don't know what time it is. Computer, what time is it? Okay, it's 4:17 p.m. So computer, stop. I'm going to spend maybe 3 hours just running through some tweaks and checks and stuff. It will not be perfection, but it should be satisfactory within 2 or 3 hours, and that's what we're going to do, you know. So the first thing I want to do is get it so that we can do this, and then I want it so that I can upload files on top of the files that we've already uploaded. As you does that work? Okay. It did not quite work, folks, but it was close. So let's just see if we can figure out what went wrong there, right? That's the first little fix that I want to do here. So I'm going to browse, and we'll just upload one picture. Here we go, and everything is perfect. Now I'm going to hit browse again, and I'm going to try and upload the second picture, keeping an eye on everything. And it looks as if the second one has uploaded, but as you can see, our loader is not really behaving. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go to the bit that brings in that cross. Here it's here. Now, this is on a load event here. Right. Now, you see, this event? My eyesight's going. Shit. All right. Okay. So, here's the vibe then, folks. Jeez. All right. Let me get my act together here. Okay. So, All of this stuff here to do with adding the little cross, I'm going to copy it and take it out of here. And I'm going to put it in here, like this. Let's just see if that works. It might not. So I'm gonna close here, gonna refresh, and I'll do that exact same experiment again. Expectation of success. And the expectation of success, unfortunately, has failed. So, right, here's the challenge with this. All right. Okay, I'm going to do a wee console.log, and I'm simply going to say I is I. All right. So I'll open up the inspector here. Here we go. I'm going to hit browse, going to go like that, and I'm going to hit on we go. Right, so we're saying here that I is 0. Now if we do this again, let's say we upload this file. You can see that that's saying I is 0, so that's the mistake right there. And so I want to get a larger file here. So it's documents, YouTube vids. Maybe go with this one. And I'm keeping an eye on the percent uploader. Okay. Let's do another one. Going to get a nice big picture this time. Okay, so that's cool. So two things became quite obvious there. When we were attempting the upload and we had this eye thing going on here, we should have actually counted the amount of thumbnails on the page and then added that onto I. So let's find the bit that says attempt upload. Here it is here. And you see where it says I is 0. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to say var. Well, actually, right. Okay, so okay, so what I'm going to do then, on the attempt thing, or on activate files rather, right, I'm going to say var thumb overlays is going to equal that, and I'm going to put in a little dot. So now I'm going to alert the thumb overlays length. Okay, so when we refresh, I'll just clear the decks here. I'm going to browse, and the first time I do this, it's going to say 0. As you can see. The next time I do it, it's going to say 1. There we go. So now the I value is going to start at thumb overlays dot length So let's clear the decks on the right hand side. Let's refresh. And this should now work. There's our first file. And this is going to work. Can you believe that? I've just realised that it would be var I, right, okay, got it. If thumb overlays dot length is greater than 1, then the I value is thumb overlays dot length minus 1. Otherwise, the I value is 0. Okay, so I'll do that. So now in here I'll call this start index. Okay, here we go again. All square and all is good on the planet Earth. We choose one. We upload. There it is. We choose another. We upload. And there it is. Just about. Just about. Now at least I've got the 100 working there, right? I'm going to do the third one. Okay, looks like we've completely lost the plot with that one. Now, I have a feeling that what was happening there was that the files were too big or something like that. So let me get some decent sized pictures. And we'll see how this all works out, right? Now later on I'll get it so that you can drag them in, but that's coming up later. In the meantime, there's one file. Now here comes the second one. Okay, and so just add the third. Right, so it's clearly in some kind of a black hole here, this thing. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this out of here. I'm going to move this to 0 again. And this is now uploading our selected files. I'm going to go to attempt upload. Now, attempt upload is going to add a thumbnail. Add thumbnail. Now, what are we doing here? Right, add thumbnail is going to be fine. So, that's kind of good, right? Now then what we're doing is we are taking the file that's there, we're sending it across, and then when it comes back, it's saying, hey man, that file was good. That was a damn good file. But here is where the errors happen. You can see that there is an I value here. Now, that that's where the problems are. Now, so what I'm going to do is, now I'm going to bring in the start index thing. And now I'm going to say that I equals I plus start index. Alright. So, heading back. Here we are. And let's give this another try. Now if this doesn't work, I'm going to have to do some major replumbing, but hopefully it will work. So we're doing that. We're uploading. Length of undefined DC, right? So, okay. So here, let me have a wee look for this. Right, that. Right, we take this. I'm going to chuck it here. Thumb overlay. Here we go again. Over on the left. Browsing. Gonna add a file in. So far so good. Let's do another file. And that worked. Let's add 2 files. Okay, cool. Delete is not too bad, but unfortunately, I fear that there may be a challenge here. Because if I upload, let's say, 2 more files, okay. Yeah, so there is a challenge and I'm going to have to do a wee bit of replumbing to get this working. So what I'm going to have to do generate a random string. Now, yeah, I'm going to have to generate a random string. So the idea is that's a wee bit unfortunate actually. But the idea now is that each and every one of these things is going to be given some kind of random string. Thankfully, we have something here that might be useful. So, make ID is a fine name. And I'm going to look for that start index thing. For the moment, I'm going to take that out. Okay. So that should be us back to square zero again with this. I'm going to browse. And just do something like this. Okay, I'm actually concerned with the way that they all went green at the same time. So here's what's going to happen. Right, you can see here that we're adding a thumbnail on, right? Now, I'm not going to add an ID on. Instead, I'm going to add another class on. And I'm going to change the name of make ID to make rand. Okay, so now let's just make it an ID. Let's just make it an ID. So I'm going to say thumb overlay set attribute. It's going to be an ID of this rand string here. Now I'm going to go to the load thing, and all of this craziness here at least with a cross, I'm going to get rid of that. And I'm going to give this another little test. So what this should do is at the point of loading, we should now be generating these random IDs. Okay, now let's right click and inspect. And as you can see, we do indeed have an ID here. So let's do this really, really slowly and just make sure that everything is cool. Now, the first thing here we have a thing called add thumbnail. So add thumbnail generates a thumbnail. Funnily enough. Now, I want to look at this I value here. we've got file, and we've got an eye. Right, I think I've got this figured out. Here's what we'll do. I'm going to take this out here. And I'm going to go to the bit that calls add thumbnail. And I'm going to chuck this here. So give the thumbnail a random ID. Okay. And now on add thumbnail, I'm going to pass in the random string here. Let's now find add thumbnail. And we are now taking on board our random string. Now that's not really going to change too much. And as you can see, I'm still adding on the random string. You may say, so what? Well, here's why this is cool. Now I can go back to the bit that says add thumb. And I've now got access to a thing called random string that refers to the thumb that was just created. So, now, with that being the case, I can say, let's get this thing happening, and I'm going to pass in the rand string. This is on the progress handler, right? Let's now have a wee look at the progress handler. The progress handler is now taking in a rand string. Now I'm going to just console.log progress, oops, spelling mistake, handler knows that the ID is. Now let's just test that before we go any further here. So as you can see, the progress handler did indeed know that the ID was that, right? Pretty good. Now, there's something I'm going to have to look up. I want to look up JavaScript remove attribute from element. This is going to be important when the ID gets changed to the name of the file. Okay, it's called remove attribute. Fine. So, what I'm going to do now is on this progress handler thing, we now know what the random thing is, right? And okay. I'm going to get the target element. So instead of looking at these percent complete things, I'm going to say var thumb overlays is that. Or, better still, var target thumb overlay is random string. Alright, let's do an alert on target thumb overlay inner HTML. Now if this picks out the correct one, it's just going to be beautiful. So here we go. I'm going to clear the decks on the right. We're going to refresh, have a little browse. I'll just do one of them. Okay, now unfortunately that's not quite what we want. So let's have a look here, inspect. It's drop zone thumb. It's drop zone thumb. And the thumb overlay let me do this again. Let me just do this again. Yeah, I've added the ID to the wrong thing. So let's go to add thumb again. Yeah. It's not on the thumb overlay, it's on the new thumbnail. It's there. That's where we want our attribute. I'm gonna refresh. Hello there to Amit. Change the screen. Oh, thanks man, I never realised it was just on me. Forgive me. Thank you. Jeez, I'll be boring everybody here. Last thing you want to look at's me. Alright. So here we go, folks. Browsing. I'm gonna hit open. Okay, so you can see right. I'm going to add a little set timeout here. It's really quite important for me to get the inner HTML. Right. I'm going to go like that, and this is going to be our target thumbnail. So here we go again. I'm going to just browse, choose this, open it. Oh, now hold on a minute. I'm saying inner HTML. It should be outer HTML. My mistake. So here we go again. Now we're hoping for an ID. And there is the ID. Excellent. Excellent. Now I can remove this set time out and it should still show us the ID. Nice and slow, nice and easy, one little step at a time. It's like going up the side of a ice-faced mountain, you know. And there you go. Now, do we have an ID? Do we have an ID? We do have an ID. There it is right there. So now that we have an ID, that's really, really great. So what does this mean? Well, it means that, well, first of all, I'm going to go to the load thing. And I'm going to do the unthinkable. Take all of this stuff out. Okay. Now let's just do this again. And what I'm looking for is just a little spinner that just keeps on hanging. That's what I'm looking for here, right? So here we go. Okay, and it's just hanging, but at least we've got an ID, right? Now the fact that we've got an ID is quite fantastic, because what it means is that now I can have a look at this here. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. I can look at the elements here, right? And if you take the here's our thing here, right? It's called drop zone thumb. Now, what are we doing? I'm going to get the all right. Let's just have a closer look at this. Right. Now, I'll take all of this miserable stuff out here, because that's all to do with the actual image. And there is certainly a whole lot of that stuff. Holy moly. What on earth did I upload there? That's kind of ridiculous. Right. So you can see that we have okay. Right, so that's the basic structure of one of those thumbnails. Now, if I say yep. Okay, so if you think about the structure here, the target overlay, target thumb overlay, is going to be target thumbnail dot first child. So that's going to give us this here. Now, there are two things that I would like to get. I'd like to get the percent complete, and I'd like to get the wee loading spinner sorted out, just kind of defined, you know. So the target percent indicator, and again I'm looking at this here, it's actually the first child. So it's target thumb overlay dot first child, and then well, that's basically it. So I've got the target percent indicator. And now I'm going to just say target percent indicator equals, and just give it a crazy letter, right? So the whole point of this is just an exercise in isolating little bits of the thumbnail. Now let's see if that's worked. And it did. You can see I've got a W there, right? So now we're going to go like this. I'm going to go like this. Tighten up. And now we should have the percent indicator moving up for that particular thumbnail. And it should be as solid as a rock. So here we go. And it went straight to 100, as you can see. If I get a bigger picture, here's a big giant picture, and there you go. Alright, so this is now solid, right? And I'm just going to say here, display percent uploaded. That's what it does, right? So now we are going to have a look at this load feature here. Now again, I'm going to go like this. I'm going to say finished loading and the ID is blah blah. Now, excuse me, getting that ID is going to be really, really important here. And I want to just be meticulous, right? So here we go. Now that is, oh, did I console.log it? Yep, I got it. It works. Right. Good. So let's think about what should happen here. All right. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do then is get the target thumb overlay. This is something that was achieved on the progress handler. So I'm going to paste that stuff in again. Alright. Now, okay, so I've now got this target thumb overlay thing here. We remove the black and we replace it with green. Then we remove the loader. And finally, we add on a little cross here, right? Save it. So this should hopefully give us a nice green background with a cross when we do this. There it is. Now, that's upon the thing being loaded. Of course, this thing here This thing here still has that crazy ID. So what I'm going to do now Oh! Well, my genius knows no limit, because I don't need to swap it. I've put the ID on the overlay, not on the thumbnail. So if I click this cross, it's going to delete. Okay, it's going to work. Alright, now we have a wee unexpected identifier error here. Okay, I can certainly fix that. So here we go, folks. I'm going to browse, I'm going to click on this, we're going to open it. It's uploaded. Now I'm going to click this and it's going to delete it. Everything's going to be perfect. There you go. Now I'm going to upload two of these. Here's the first one. Well, okay, now check this out. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just say console.log creating thumbnail with ID of alright. Okay, so we have a thumbnail here. Everything looks beautiful. Gonna browse. Hit this second one. It worked. We're gonna browse. I'm gonna get like 3 files this time.
It's a bunch of notes from an electronic hunk of metal.
Okay. Now this is kind of worrying. Like, see when you get an app that's temperamental like this, it's a wee bit of a concern, because these are the kind of glitches that are the worst, where it kind of works sometimes but not other times. They're really difficult to fix. So let's just be really clear about what works and what doesn't. Okay, so here's what has gone wrong, I think. I'm going to go to this attempt upload thing and find out what's calling it, right? Right, going to go to this activate files here. What is calling that? Okay. So activate files happens when the form is basically pressed. And we have a thing with an ID of files here. Okay, now. Okay. So I'm going to take this thing. I'm going to find the right, you see this init browse thing? Right. So what I'm going to do with that is I'm going to say that the files is now an empty array. I'm basically resetting the form. The question is, will that work? Let's see. Oh. Okay, let's ignore that and just keep going. In fact, let's see if we have that, okay. Open. Okay, now it's saying we have files. Now, of course, what I should do is I should console.log no files. So what this means is that the first time that this thing loads up, why the heck does it say we have files? Okay, let's try something else. Okay. Here we go. That music is horrible. Okay, we'll try this again. Hello there, Michael. Thank you very much. Bless you. Alright. So, I'm going to do this. Okay, so we're going to say that the number of files is, and hopefully it's going to say 0 on first load here. Right, number of files is 0, fine. So let's go like this, and I'll just choose maybe 3, right? There we go. Now I'm going to click it again, and it says the number of files is 3. Okay, so we add 2 more. Now I'm going to click again. It says the number of files is 2, right? Okay. So, so when we init browse, I'm going to say that so it's like that, browse. Okay, so what I'm going to say is var selected files is going to be that thing here. Now, I'm then going to say actually, let's make it so that that files is an empty array. So that means that this should always say that the files is 0 every single time. And you know, maybe that's not a bad thing. So here we go. I'm going to click on it. You miserable swine. Unknown file type. Let's go again. Alright. It did not like it. Okay. Okay. What if I say null? What if we do that? Is that going to do it? Okay. Let's click. We have uploaded. Let's click. Number of files is 1. See, that's an irritation. Let's go again. And again, number of files is 1. Okay. Now let's remove the dude with the watch. Come on. Okay. Well, it seems to be getting somewhere, you know. Okay, I'm going to just browse. I'm going to upload one picture. There it is. And I'm going to remove it. I'm going to upload it again. Oh, now look at that. Interesting. Now, I wonder if that was to do with the fact that it was the same picture. Let's suppose I upload this one. Looks good. Let's suppose I delete it. But now I'm going to upload a different one. I'm going to delete that. Going to upload another one, number 3. And I'm going to delete that. Going to go back to the first one. And delete that. Let's do this second one. Deleting that. First one again. Deleting that. First one again. And deleting. Oh no, see, why is that? Okay, so what I think I'm going to have to do is say JavaScript empty files selection upon some kind of uploader. Now at the moment I'm doing a stupid thing that says files is null, but I don't think that's really the solution. I don't think that's the correct way of doing this. So here we go. Somebody has exact issue. Well, look at that. That's amazing. I would never have thought of that. So what seems to be going on then, folks, and this is really interesting to me, is there's a thing here, right? Which it seems to have some kind of memory of the selected files, right? So check, this is basically, I think, what's causing the problem. Now I'm going to go to this null thing here. And I'm going to take that out, okay? Alright. Now, here is our multiform. Right, here's our multiform. And I'm going to do the unthinkable. When we click on init browse, I'm going to dynamically generate this input field here. Alternatively, here's a better idea. Here's a better idea. Right, here's a much better idea. When I set the controls opacity back to 1, then I'm going to regenerate uploader form. I'm going to regenerate it. So that's going to live down here. I'm going to say console.log regenerate vibe ahoy. So back over here, refreshing it. Going to click on this. Maybe grab a few files here. Now unfortunately we're saying regenerate vibe ahoy quite a few times there, so that's a wee bit of a drag, you know, but how can I get it so that we do this one time and one time only? Well, here's how. We can find where attempt upload files lives. Here it is here. And right around, so upload. That's right. So here I'm going to call regenerate uploader form. Alright. Man, right, okay. So doing that, I'm going to select 3 file again. Here we go. And now as you can see, it says regenerate vibe ahoy, but it only does it once. Now that's really, really great, because what this means is that I can now go and find this thing, right? So I'm going to say var upload form is document get element by ID multiform. Now I'm going to say upload form dot remove. Ah, geez. Oh man, let me just get this right. How do we do that again? Right, here's how you do it. So I'm going to say upload form remove child, and it's going to be the first child on the upload form. Okay, now let's just test this out. Nice and slow, nice and slow. So we're going to move this to the trash. And I'm going to go to elements. Let's just right click here. So as you can see, there is a form and it has an ID. It's got an input in here, right? So the goal is to upload this, and hopefully this is going to disappear. Here we go. So we go like that. Now, why did that not disappear? I wonder why. Maybe I should try another strategy. Maybe I should look at the ID here of files. So I'm going to say var files input element is document get element by ID, and it's called files. So if I say files input element dot remove, I wonder if that's going to remove it. Only one way to find out. The excitement is quite overwhelming. So I'm going to browse here. I'm going to click here. I'm going to click here. It's as if there's something else. Right, okay, so that's a real drag, man. Now hold on a second. Do I need to do something else? Oh, it's parenthesis. It's that. It's my little vibe here. Right, okay, here we go again. Refresh vibe. Okay, here we go again. So I'm clicking here. Clicking here. Perfect. So as you can see, the input there did in fact disappear, which is pretty good. So now the name of the game is to rebuild this element here and to add that onto the form. So I think if we do that, it's going to get rid of all of the temperamental stuff that was happening a minute ago. So let's just have a little think about how we're going to do that, right? The first thing is probably, whoops, to create, I'll just say new form element. New form element. Now it's going to be document get element by ID input. And we're going to set some different things here. So I'm going to say new form element, set attribute, type is going to be file. And then I'm going to say ID is going to be files. So I'm basically just going through all of the different bits and pieces here. I've got a feeling I'm not doing this right, by the way. But it's okay. Well, if I make a mistake, I'll make a mistake, you know. Anyway, multiple is set to 0. And on change is set to this little beauty here. All right. Now, again, I think I'm making a mistake here, but let's not worry about it too much. I'm going to say that the upload form is that, and then I'm going to say upload form dot append child new form element. I'd say there's about a 40% chance of this working. So here we go. Now, by the way, just so that I really know that this has worked, let's give it an ID of files new. Why not? Why not? Okay, so we're basically going to try and remove the form input and replace it with something else. All right, here we go. So here's our first item, clicking it. And as you can see, it does indeed say files new here, which is fantastic. I never thought that would work. I never thought it would work. So what does that mean? We've generated we've regenerated the form. So what? I hear you say, so what? Well, because I'm regenerating it, it means all the event listeners and all that are being reset. So you remember that when I uploaded an image and deleted it and then uploaded the same image, it caused problems, right? But now, because the form has effectively been regenerated, it is perfect. Folks, what can I tell you? It's all about the blind faith, the expectations of success, and all of that stuff. So here we go again. Now let's try some deletes and see if this works. Look at that. Every single one. You miserable bastard. Everyone except the last one. I was this close to cracking open the champagne there. Here we go again. We're gonna browse. Right. Oh, that's so rubbish. I was so close. Right. Let's delete that one. There it goes. Let's do 2 files here. Alright. So let's delete that one. Let's delete that one. And that was fine. Okay. Now I'm gonna upload a big old bunch of them. Alright. So the watch one is gone. That one is gone. That one is gone. That one is gone. So's that. And so's that. Okay, my stomach's doing impersonations of Chewbacca here. I'm going to have to go and get something to eat in a wee while. But I'm not happy because there was an error there, right? There was an error. Now, I wonder what happens if you try and upload the same file twice. It should hopefully let you do it. And it does. If we try and delete. Now look at that. Look at that. Okay, so there's clearly an issue here with the delete thing, right? So I'm going to search for on, click, and it's this delete image, right? Delete image. Now, let's have a wee look for delete image. And I'm going to just say, you want to delete, and I'm just going to chuck in the element ID. Here we go. So if we upload, chuck in a picture, I'm going to go like that. Okay, now I'm going to hit delete here. And that worked fabulously, right? So let's now see if we can get the bug thing happening. I've got a feeling it might be to do with the naming of the files, you know. So if I go like this, upload. Okay. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on both sides. Now let's try this, right? This one has got a name of 6GEUV.jpg. Click it. Well, look at that. It's as if do you know what? It's as if this thing's not even working. As if it's like, wow, let's do an alert here. I wonder if it's like, do you know what? I've just realised what I think it is. I think it's an issue with the Z index. Let's give this thing an insanely high Z index value. And I think that's going to fix that. I bet you that fixes it. Okay, smiling, expectation of success. Always with an expectation of success. I'm going to upload all of this stuff here. Okay. Now, oh no. Oh no. Right, okay. So one of them went. That's just not happening. See that? Just not happening. That one was good. That one was good. But look at that. So I wonder why. What is it about that thing? So we can see that we've got a class of ditch cross here. Now, let's find where that gets added. Okay. So what are we doing here? We're saying that when this is done, we add in this, or we create a new div. It's called cross div, and we give it a little cross like that. Now when the thing has loaded up, there it is right there. There it is right there. Okay. I'm going to go back to this rand string thing here. Now, let's go like that. Target thumbnail is that. Right, let's copy this. Let's head in here. And I'm going to take these two lines out. And let's give this a wee try. We just might have a result here. Okay. And I don't think I need that crazy Z index thing, by the way. Let's get rid of this. Alright, so here we go. I'm going to upload one of these little beauties. Now I'm going to upload a whole bunch of those little beauties. Alright, now I'm going to delete. And delete. And delete. I think I've got it. Alright. Man, that was heavy. But I think I got it. So it would appear that we have a gig here, folks. It would appear that we have a gig. I'm going to just give it a few tests and just make sure that this is good. So we'll do like one of them. And I'm basically going to just throw a couple of awkward scenarios at it. Let's do two of them here. Okay, let's go back and delete the first one. Let's browse again. Let's get a whole bunch of them up now. And now I'm going to just randomly delete a bunch of them. Like that. And that, and that. Then I'm going to browse, upload another batch. And now in the ultimate test, I'm going to delete all of them. And we should be all square on the right hand side. And there it is. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Your applause is most welcome. Yeah, man, we were close, but we got it in the end. I always get it in the end. You know, I'm like Pac-Man. I just keep on moving forward. Anyway, that's looking good. And I feel like that's pretty darn good, you know. I can now go to my little thing here. And now on this to-do list, I've got these two things now done. So, this is now done as well. And now, basically, I've just got 3 fairly easy parts of this thing to do, and that will be it, you know. This is probably a good time to have a little commit action going on. So I'm going to say now successfully deleting files. I actually had a wee bit of a happy accident there when originally I was going to swap out the ID of the thumbnail, but by accident I had given an ID to the thumbnail overlay. But that turned out to be a beautiful thing, because it just meant that the 2 IDs can coexist happily and everything is great, you know. So this is looking just fantastic. And the other nice thing about it is I was concerned earlier on that everything was going green at the same time, but now I think we do have legitimate upload progress here. Let's check it. Well, maybe not. I tell you what, maybe I should maybe okay, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll copy this stuff here, head over to the desktop, test pics, chuck in these things. Let's chuck in this big awkward one, maybe this big miserable screenshot here, and just because we can, let's chuck in a YouTube video. So I have the power. Alright, now that should be quite a good bunch to get us going here. I'm going to browse, head over to the desktop, clicking on test pics, going to click on I have the power, which is only 2 megabytes, but here we go. Seems to have worked, but it's a very small file. Oh, no, hang on. We had a wee challenge at the server side there, but that's okay, I've not built that yet. Let's go into these YouTube videos, and I want to find something that has a wee just a video, you know. Okay, let's take this one. That's probably quite an appropriate size, right, for testing. So that's quite a large video file here. Now, what I want to do is upload a bunch of stuff, and I want to see, hopefully, different progress rates for the different files. There you go. There it is. So that's a roaring success story. So when I was doing this earlier on, and everything was just going green at the same time and appearing at the same time, that was not a fault, ladies and gentlemen. It's really, really that fast. So here we go again. Let's grab some test pictures and upload, and watch how it does this asynchronously, dead fast. Look at this. Look. Boom. Now if you compare that to Filepond, I bet you any money that's faster. The delete function is fantastic, and we are looking good. Alright, so I think that's a good time for me to grab a wee break. Is there not some option in the browser to simulate a slow connection? Yeah, there probably is, but when it comes to slow connections, I generally have a procedure, a very special procedure for those types of scenarios. It's called the fuck 'em procedure. So I'm going to just invoke that when that happens. So God bless you. Let's now enjoy. Do we want to see the miserable news today? I've kind of stopped watching the news, but I'm gonna take a wee break. I think I need a wee break. But let me just have a wee look at, have I got some comments here? I don't use frameworks, I use PHP. With a few composer packages and it's super fast. I can even make fairly large apps like this. Flippin' heck, man. He must be a member of the Self-Exaltation Society, along with me. Anyway, I don't use frameworks, blah, blah, blah. Only say a lot of developers who have so much code to do something that's fairly simple. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Laravel's requests count are much less than just PHP. I also rarely use the front controller pattern. Oh, fuck off, man. Fuck you. Fucking hate people who talk like that. You know what that comment is? That whole comment is, I'm dead brainy. I'm dead brainy, and there you go. And I just can't be bothered with that, you know? Never let anybody intimidate you with stuff like that, you know? Oh, he's probably a good guy, but I just hate it when people talk about design patterns and all that and try and act clever, you know? All right. Okay, folks. So, aren't we having a wonderful day today? Isn't it beginning to look a lot like Christmas? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Oh, ho, ho, ho. And let me tell you something. Just maybe I have got quite a big sack, because this is all going to be yours. Everything I'm building here, man, I'm giving it to you folks, you know? All right. So, what now? What the hell now? I just want to finish this thing. I'd love to get it done in 2 videos, you know, and it means that tomorrow I can move on to something else. To build a Filepond, clone my ass. It's not a clone. It's a Filepond superior uploader. It's a Filepond slapper of Filepond bullshit. To build one of them. To build an anti-bullshit Filepond uploader in 2 days. Now that is a fucking achievement. And I want you to acknowledge it. I want you to acknowledge it. And I'll boot everybody out of the whole room. I don't care if I'm sitting here myself. Okay. I'm going a bit mad. But let me tell you something, folks. You know, anybody who has watched... What on earth? Gear, you're a nutter. That is my first donation in the history. Is that a super chat? I never even knew that worked. Well, God bless you, Gear. Hang on a sec. This is incredible. Do I have a super chat feature here? Do I have such a thing? I've never even known it was here. You can see what I'm looking at, right? This is super sticker. That's awesome. That's fantastic. And look at this. Now you can see my perspective, right? If you've ever wondered how that it says that I have. I never knew. I never knew that I had that feature. You can see what I'm looking at, right? I don't have another screen. And there you go. God bless you, Gear. And can you believe it? He's just given me $3,000. Who would have thought? Who would have thought I'd wake up today and I'd have $3,000 just waiting for me? 3,000 US dollars. I think Gear's a secret millionaire, you know. God bless you, Gear. I'm going to have to make that up to you. Actually, what is an ISK? In all seriousness, what is an ISK? What is an... Oh, Icelandic Coronas. Well, Iceland is kicking ass. Iceland has its act together. They must be worth fortunes. Computer? How... I don't know. I need to act a bit graceful here. I'm just gonna check the weather. Computer, how many Icelandic Coronas in a dollar?
$1 is about 131.10 Iceland krona.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty healthy donation. God bless you, my man. If I am not mistaken... Oh, no, stop it. Please, guys, I've had 2 donations. Right, this will start to get embarrassing. Oh, God bless you. Well, I really, really appreciate that. I'm going to phone somebody up and tell them. Who'd have thought? I knew something would happen when I wore my lucky tracksuit. Right, I'll tell you what. It's phone calls for the donors. Phone me on Skype. It's david.webguy, so that I can thank you in person. Thank you so much. Treff here. I should be paying you. I actually have no clue where it goes or anything like that. I'm happy to show you, you know. Well, God bless you, man. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Treff. What a great guy. Well, listen, man. My integrity cannot allow me to let people in Speed Coding Academy for free and all that. I just cannot do that, unfortunately. But what I can do, and nobody will mind, I can definitely give you early access to the framework and to this stuff here. I'm absolutely sure everybody will be cool with that, and there's certainly not any compromising of integrity there. So just you stay with us, and hopefully within the next 2 weeks or so, this will all be ready and we can do that. God bless you. Please, no more donations. It's slightly embarrassing at this point. But thank you to you folks, and I owe you one. I really, really appreciate that. I actually don't know how to behave when something like that happens, you know. But that's really great. God bless you. Thank you so much. Okay, well, I tell you what. I'm going to... I don't know what I'm going to do with myself. I'm freaking out here. I don't know what I'm going to do. Let me ask you a question, especially to Treff, okay? But to anyone else who's interested in this, and to anybody else who can hear me. Especially to the new people here. Those who have maybe hung about for a wee while. Are you starting to see that just maybe this guy was right when he said that the most important thing is an expectation of success? Are you starting to get that? Because over these last 2 days, I mean, maybe you've not sat through the whole thing, but there's 2 parts to this, right? This is an advanced thing we're building. The dude wants $200 for technical support. And if you go back to just yesterday, I was watching tutorials. I watched about 4 of them. And I was clueless. And I'm watching these and I'm like, I don't know how I'm going to do it. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I'm going to build it. I'm going to build it. And you watch those videos. And as I'm doing this stuff, I'm smiling. And I'm expecting it to work. And I have no clue what I'm doing. But I'm just like, it's going to work. It's going to work. It's going to work, you know. And I really hope that people who watch the stream get that. Because the truth is, you can build anything, probably better than anything out there actually. But the key ingredient, I don't even know the difference between var, const and let, by the way. But if you have an expectation of success and you put in the hours and you say, right, I am doing this. I don't care how long. I will sit here for 10 years if that's how long, but I'm doing it and it's gonna work. It's gonna work, you know. And if you go into it with that, man, I'm telling you, you can build anything. And that is the only difference between me and your average character out there that does web development. I have an expectation of success, and I believe that web development is at its best when it's easy. That's the one thing that I want people to get from this, and I do hope that you get that. The next time you're building something, just smile. Everything's going to be cool, and have that expectation of success. You're going to be fantastic. Let me tell you, you're going to be fantastic. All right, with your permission, folks, I'm slightly freaking out with those donationalistic vibes. I've never had that in my life. I never knew that I had that feature. Let me tell you something. It's a really incredible bunch here. I'm starting to feel a wee bit like a charity case, but nevertheless, I'm super grateful. Thank you. With your permission, I'll play a little bit of music, and I'm just going to take 10 minutes to catch my breath. Breath, even. Hello there, Abu. Nice to see you. Welcome. All right, let's play a few sounds, and I hope this music's not a bit too intense here, but at least I don't get copyright strikes, you know. I'll find something maybe a bit easier later on, a bit easier on the old eardrums, you know. All right, my sound has gone. Where on earth is the sound? It's gone. Oh, here we go. All right, I'll be back in a wee while. I'm just going to clear my head and then wrap this thing up. All right. Thank you once again. This is awesome. Mind-blowing. Alright. Okay. Well, we're back. And thanks once again to Gear and Treff for my first ever donations in the history of the universe. I'm not a donational type of guy normally, but I'm certainly grateful. Truth is, I kind of need it, you know. I've been spending so much time building this, I've almost forgotten about everything else, you know. Of course, we do have everything we need. Anyway, let's move onwards and upwards. And the rest of this thing... Yep. The rest of this thing should be quite easy from this point onwards. Broadly speaking, we're going to do some error handling, and then I'm going to do previously uploaded files. And really and truly, I think that that'll probably do us for this, you know. Of course, it's not going to be 100% ready for distribution or anything like that, but certainly it'll mean that I can go back to the module marketplace, finish that one, and that's going to be really, really great, you know. Error handling, right, that's what we're talking about. So we're going to do some error handling, and then we're going to show previously uploaded files. Now that is something that I positively could not do with Filepond. I spent 2 days trying to figure out how to do that. Will I figure out how to do this today? That's the question. But that's the two things I want to handle, and at that point I'm going to declare that I've pretty much reached the finish line with this thing. So here we go, folks. Now let's take this from the perspective of the API here, right? And what I'm going to do is just pretend that there is some sort of an error. For example, if we were to go to something like API Explorer, and I'm going to go to TG Uploader. Oh, do you know what? That's not going to work. I'm an idiot. Anyway, the point I suppose I'm trying to make is I'm going to get an error code. Now, I think a 403 error is appropriate. I'm not entirely sure, but I think an HTTP code with a 403, I think that's the right number. Let me just quickly look it up. Yeah, that's fine. So we're going to imagine that something has gone wrong, and I'm going to dish out an error message. Hold on. Hello? Is Gordon taking you there? Oh, great, okay. Is he there right now? Is he there just now? Okay, that's great. Okay, great. Give us a phone when you get back then, right? Don't get me anything, I've got my stuff right. Cheerio now. Bye. Bye. Alright, so I'm going to imagine that there's an error of some sort here. And I'm going to just say echo error vibe ahoy. So there's my custom error message, right? Now, let's go back to the uploader here. So basically, no matter what I throw at this, it's going to give me an error, right? I'm going to browse. I'll choose an image. It can be any old image. Okay, now you can see that this is saying forbidden and all of that stuff. You can also see that it has not uploaded. And Well, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go to the load thing on the file uploader here. Here is the load vibe, right? Now let's have a closer look here. You can see that we've got the thing dealing with everything is okay, right? But let's assume that that's not the case. So then what do we do? Well, we could do something like this. Okay, now that's not going to change anything. But assuming that there is an error, we could say that on the target thumb overlay, right, we're going to go like this. We're going to remove the green one and we're going to replace it with a red one. That's all we're going to do to begin with, right? So let's refresh. We're going to choose a file. Now, here's what happens. It should go red. There it is. Excellent. Now, this cross here, when we inspect it, it just says ditch cross. So if we have a look, right, so you see this cross here, set attribute, delete image, and all of that stuff. Okay, and then we've got, you can see we've got the picture name here, right? What I'm going to do is copy this vibe here. We're going to go here. Now I'll do this one thing at a time. Really kind of, I want to be meticulous, you know. Now the first thing I'd like to do is, do you see the error message that we have that says error vibe ahoy? I would like us to make it so that our data label okay. So check this out. We're gonna remove the attribute of data label, but then we're going to set the attribute of data label and we're going to put in HTTP response text. So what should happen here, folks, is we get a red background and it should say error vibe ahoy. And unfortunately, it doesn't quite do that. So you can see it's saying new thumbnail is not defined. Fair enough. So let's see if we can pinpoint the thing. So we've got our thumbnail overlay. Then we've got the thumb itself. So there it is right there. The thumb has an ID. Right, we've got the thumbnail. Right, let's try something else. Let's say here, instead of new thumbnail, I'm going to say target thumbnail. Let's give this a little try. So we're saying browse, choosing a thing. There you go. Do you see how it says error vibe ahoy? Now obviously that's a crazy error message, but what it's going to do now is it's going to put our error message here. And just to prove that it's cool, I'm going to say here is a really big error message. Now that's ridiculous, but even if you've got a big error message, it's still going to be okay, because as you shall see, the label just moves right on up the page. Do you see that? But of course in real life it will say something like too big, you know. So that's quite good, you would have to say. Now I'm going to pay some attention to aye. So we're going to pay attention to the cross div, and we're going to set an attribute, but this time it's not going to be called delete image. It's going to be called delete error thumb. And the thing that we're going to pass into this will be the random string. Alright, so now we're going to build a little function here called delete error thumb. It shouldn't be too complicated, this. So it's something like that, and it takes in a random string. And I'm going to just do a little alert that says you want to delete the error vibe. Oh, who cares about the typos? With, and I'm going to console.log that random string here. So let's refresh. Don't forget folks, all of this code will soon be yours. Alright, now let's click on it. And there you go, you can see that we've got the random thing in here, and it's absolutely fantastic. So now that we are set to delete this thing, we're going to go like this. So what I'm doing now is I'm selecting the target thumbnail, and I'm going to just say target thumbnail dot remove. Alright, so here we go folks. We're going to browse, going to upload an image, and I'm going to click this, and there it is. If we try a few different images, so you can see that they're all saying error vibes, and it's quite easy to just clear all of them, and it should not affect additional uploads, by the way. There we are. Isn't that fantastic? Now, the actual business of what constitutes an error, that's not really a part of the that's not for the uploader to decide. That's not for this JavaScript to decide. The error, whether or not there's an error, should be decided by the server, by the PHP. And so it's for this do upload thing, or maybe even somewhere up here, to just check and make sure that we've got the right file type and all of that stuff. I am not going to do that today. I think that's one for tomorrow. But you have to admit, folks, we are looking good. So I'm going to declare that I'm happy with that. I hope that some of this makes a wee bit of sense to you folks. So, looking good. The uploader is really looking great here. And it's an absolute bullet. Look at it. It's just fabulous. So now I've got the final task, and this is the thing that I could not do with Filepond. It's taken me 4 days. I had 2 days of wrestling with Filepond, and now 2 days of working with this. Can you see my screen? Anyway, it's the final item. Show previously uploaded files. Alright. So, this will be the last piece of the jigsaw as far as our file uploader goes. We want to show the previously uploaded files. Now, what I'm going to do with this one is I'm going to add in a code to the URL. You see this thing here? I'm going to chuck that in the URL. And do you see how I've got an endpoint here called DC? Okay, there it is right there, right? DC is now going to be renamed to uploader. I'm going to say data code is this URL segment 3. So now if I change this so that the URL is uploader and I'm pasting in that code, everything is fine, by the way. And indeed, if we echo out data code with a die statement, you can see that we now have the code here, right? So, this view file, which is called DC, I'm going to rename it. Let's rename it to uploader. This is our uploader, folks. It's ours. Now, we have a code. We have our view file. We're passing the code into the view file. And there's a couple of different ways of doing this. One way is to pass the thing into the view file, do a JavaScript request, and then have JavaScript request an endpoint and then populate the uploader based on what shows up. Do I like that? Do I like that? I don't know if I like that. Well, here's what I'll do. I'm going to use PHP to pick up the files on the directory, okay? So get all of the uploaded files. So the way that that works, okay. Okay, so here's what we do. I'm going to go like this. Let's just call this code, just for the, actually no, data code's fine. Alright, here we go. Now, I would like to just upload a few things to get us out of the starting blocks here, right? So let's just upload a few files here. Not too many of them. So I'm uploading, and over on the right, you can see the uploaded files in all their heavenly glory. Now, let's read the files from the directory. And you know what? I do not remember how to do that. But that's okay. That's why they made search engines. So this is how bad the PHP user guide is. Whenever I see it in the results, I just skip it. It's really, the user guide is that bad. But here we go. And it looks like we've got something here. So let's just paste this in. All right. Now, I'm going to say dir is string replace. We're going to do that. We're going to do that. And we're going to do that. Alright. Now let's just echo out this dir and make sure that everything is looking okay. There we go. So that's beautiful. That's exactly what we want, folks. Now, I have this wee thing here that I've just copied. And sometimes I don't really like just pasting stuff in and blindly copying it, you know. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just make sure that I've got an idea of what this is doing. So if it's a directory, we say yes, and you can see that it does say yes, right? So that's kind of cool. Now here, it's going through the directory, and it appears to be echoing out the file name. We'll chuck in a little die statement, we'll make sure it's all cool, and here we go. Alright, now, as you can see, some of the things in this directory have got dots as the first characters. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the first character. So I'm going to say first character is a substring of file. We're going to be looking for, I think it's a start position of 0 and 1, or is it the other way around? I can't even remember. I cannot remember. But let's just echo out first character with a die statement, and it's going to say dot. Okay. Now let's just keep on moving with this. I'm going to do a little BR, and for clarity I'm going to do a little HR as we do this. So now you can see that we are truly getting the first characters of each of these things. And so what we're going to do is we're going to say if first character is not equivalent to a dot. We don't want to count dots, folks, right? So then we go like this, a little adjustment, indent, smile, and there we go. So we now have an array of the files that are on this server. Alright. Now, let's do this. Let's just say previously, I love long variable names, by the way. Previously uploaded files is going to be an empty array. And then I'm just going to say previously uploaded files equals the file. So now, at this point here, we should be able to var dump the previously uploaded files with a die statement. So we've got this array here, right? And sure enough, it matches up with what we're seeing on the right hand side. So now, I'm going to add that onto this data array here. I'm going to call it previously uploaded files, like this. And then uploader, right around here. Let's just draw the thing and see how that goes, right? So I'm looking for so right here I'm going to add in a thumbnail for each of the previously uploaded files, right? So we can do that, and we can say for each previously uploaded files as previously uploaded file. Now for the moment I'm not going to do anything. First I want to load this up. I'm going to add one of these little beauties here. And then I'm going to inspect. Now I'm going to copy that element. And in fact, here it is here. Here it is here. Okay. So the idea is that you go like that and like that. Okay. So somebody said this must be a joke, writing a mix of JS and jQuery code in PHP files. I'm not writing jQuery, but thanks for the comment. Alright. Now I'm gonna look for the tick thing. Actually, No, it's the cross. It's the cross. I forgot. Alright, let's have a look here. Okay, so I'm going to copy this. Right, let's chuck in this little cross here. And I think that the class we give it... Now, let me just check again. Okay. Yeah. So basically what we do then is we create a div with a class of ditch cross. Like that. Chuck the wee cross in here. And then on our thumbnail, we're going to make it have a green background. Let's just have a quick look and see what this thing looks like. So we will refresh. Okay. Now, unfortunately, this is not happening. I wonder why. Well, let's comment it out. And the question of all questions is, what is it that makes this look okay? We're going to inspect. Ah, now look at this. I'm noticing immediately that this item is just a part of the thumbnail grid. In fact, I'm going to copy. I'm going to go right to where the thumbnail grid starts, which is here. Paste in the PHP. Let's remove the comments. Okay, gonna save and refresh. And look at that. Not too bad, right? Not too bad. So, as it's a wee bit busy, so I'm just going to remove a couple of these. Now, of course, it needs a wee bit of work, but I just want to see if I can upload other stuff. This is really important, right? So, where's my man with the watch here? Oh, it's gone. Okay, so let's just do this one. Have I got one of them? Right, here's the dude with the watch. I'm going to try and upload it. And look at that. And as we click on it... Right, I have now officially gone further than Filepond. Now, the next thing that should be done here, I'm going to go back to these previously uploaded files here, right? And we're going to make them a wee bit. Aye, so a wee bit better. So right in here, you see how it says 1.jpg? I'm going to echo out previously uploaded file. So now instead of it all saying 1.jpg, we should have the name of those files here. Let's refresh. And there they are, in all their heavenly glory. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to sort out this background image. Now, the background image kind of depends upon the code. So I'm going to go upstairs and I'm just going to echo out the code. There is the code. I have the code and the code is good. Now, what I'm about to do here, strictly speaking, is not proper. But who cares about proper? This is PHP and we can do stuff like this. I'm going to make a function up called get img path, and this is going to take in a file name. And in fact, what we'll do is I'm going to say let's think here. Let's take in a code. Now, nah, this is amateur. It's not. Do you know what? I've built it really well up until now. Let's just do it right. So the proper way of doing it then is a wee bit of extra work, but we can definitely accommodate this, folks. What we're going to do is, do you see how we've got a target directory here? So what we're going to do then is we're going to say row data directory, and in row data directory we're going to chuck in our dir value. Now there's not really any need to repeat that over and over again like that, but I think it does, actually there is, no there's not, but it does give us a wee bit of clarity, right? I'm going to put in row data now, and I'm going to say file name, and the file name is going to equal the file value here. And then for previously uploaded files, I'm actually going to put in row data this time. So now previously uploaded files has got a little bit more information. Of course, this is going to mean that we're going to have to elaborate on this a wee bit, because now we've got two things to contend with. We have a directory and we have a file name. So if I want the file name, I go in here and I'm going to say file name. Everything should work as normal. Going to refresh. There's the file name, no surprises. Now, the next challenge is to get the background image. Let's get the background image. So, I'm going to say style equals, and let's just right, all we have to do is say background image, we say URL, and then we add some parentheses here, right? And inside here is where we put the path to the file. Now the path to the file, this is basic PHP, folks. We're going to say file path equals, and it's going to be previously uploaded file directory joining on previously uploaded file name. Of course, let's add in a /, and you didn't think that I had forgotten it, did you? That's right, we're also going to say that the file path is base URL, and we're going to make sure that we've got the base URL here, little /. Don't forget to smile, because we are on the winning team. Now we're going to chuck in our file path here, and as if by magic, we should have nice background images. Thank you very much indeed. The glory of the web developer extraordinaire is here. Now, do not celebrate too much, because have a think about this, folks. You can see that if we actually, let me just show you. Right, you see on this ditch cross thing here, I want it to say on click equals, and I want it to have delete picture or whatever it's called. Here it is here. It's delete image, right? Okay, that's what we're looking for here. Now, let's have a think about how this is going to work. Okay, I'm going to have to upload one of these. And let's just take a second to remind ourselves of how this thing works. We have a thumb overlay, and the thumb overlay has got the image name, but with a hyphen. Instead of a .jpeg, it's a hyphen JPEG. Can you say the hyphen JPEG? So what we need to do then is add on an ID. I'm going to echo out overlay ID. Question is, what on earth is the overlay ID? Well, how about if we just say previously uploaded files, and then I'll just chuck in overlay ID. And what this means is it's now very easy to go back to the controller file here. I'm going to say raw data overlay ID. Now, keeping in mind that we have a file name, so I'm going to build a little very simple method called get overlay ID. It takes in this file thing, right? Now I'm going to go function. Let's do this. It's get overlay ID, which takes in a file name, and I'm going to give it a quick test as well. So on TG uploader, going to have a little / test. Okay, so let's give it a test. Suppose we have a file name that's equal to here we go.jpg, right? That's an awkward file name. Now I'm going to say overlay ID is this, get overlay ID. I'm going to pass that in, and let's echo out the overlay ID. That's what we're going to do. Now, to get that, we are going to say bits equals explode, and we're going to explode upon the dots. And what we're going to do it to? We're going to do it to the file name. And so the last bit is going to be bits, and we're going to be looking at count bits -1. That gives us the last bit. Now if we echo out the last bit with a die statement, this should say .jpeg. Here we go. Thank you very much indeed. God bless America. Now, of course, we don't want to replace that. We want to ditch that plus the last bit. That's what we need to ditch. It's that thing here, okay? And normally there would be hypothetical possibilities of some moron having a name with .jpeg and all that, but that's not going to happen. There's not going to be a file name that's like this, because I already took care of that about 2 hours ago. It's not going to happen. Therefore, we can simply say replace equals, and we're going to have a little hyphen. And if you look here, can you see how this thing has got a hyphen JPEG? That's what we're going to do. So here we go, last bit, and we're going to say that the overlay ID is going to be string replace, and we're going to replace no, in fact, forgive me. It's going to be overlay ID is that. That's it. It's a bit more simple than I thought actually. And we just return it. Return the overlay ID. So check it out, folks. Back over to the test file. There is our overlay ID. Oh, hallelujah. So this is ready to go, right? So now, as we go through the previously uploaded files, you can see that we've now got a thing called get overlay ID. And just to prove that this works, I'm going to say it is, and I'm going to just chuck in, just going to do it one time, row data overlay ID. Let's put in a little die statement. We're going to go back and refresh here, and there you go. Fantastic. Now, all of this is happening on the controller, which is about as proper as you can possibly get. Even the aficionados would be proud. And so now you can see that I'm adding that overlay ID in here. And to activate the little cross, I'm just going to say on click equals, and on click we're going to call upon delete image like this. So here we go. We're looking at the previously uploaded things. There's what we're calling upon, right? And the thing that we're adding in here is going to be this little beauty here. It is finished. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, so let's give this a try. I think we've just about got this, folks, you know. I'm going to start us off with maybe 2 pictures here. So there are our 2 previously uploaded pictures. Let's just see if we can delete them. Well, I tried. Alright, let's see what happened. Ah, now look at this. It's saying overlay images.jpg. So that was a problem with the get the overlay ID thing. Okay, so what we're saying then is, I had it right first time. I'm going to say replace is that, ditch is, and it's going to be exactly the same thing, but with a dot. And then I'm just going to say overlay ID is string replace. We're going to replace the thing that says ditch, replace it with that. And we're going to do that to the file name. Alright, here we go again, saving and refreshing. Now I'm going to just right click and inspect here. So now I think we're looking good. As we click on it, look at this, the file was deleted. And again, there you go. So let's now give this the ultimate test drive. I'm going to upload 3 files. Okay, and then we can go back over to the home page, head back here again, and as you can see, it's remembering the 3 uploaded files. Now let's be really awkward. We'll delete one of them, and then we're going to upload 4 more. There are the 4 more files. Now I'm going to delete them all, but I'll do it in a weird order. There you go, there you go, there you go, there you go. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much indeed. Your applause is most welcome. This concludes this particular mission. The uploader is complete. Job done. Thank you, and may God bless all of you. Thank you. That brings our 2-day live stream to a conclusion here. Thank you very much, Treff. Arjun says it's generally better to use file system iterators for this kind of operation. It's better to use file systems. Okay, I actually think that is possibly true. The challenge is, if I'm being honest, I don't know how to do that. I'm not much of a JavaScript guru. But I accept your comment. My friend, if you could direct me to a link with how to do that, I'd be glad to check it out. But you know something, folks? They're big giant bitmap files, and I don't think it's really doing any harm. It's not as if there's a massive saving to be made by having JavaScript read it. The main thing is, look at the speed. Oh, won't you look at the speed? It's an absolutely incredible thing. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. And that's pretty much it, you know. Now, by the way, we can... Wait, you get a load of this. This is going to blow your mind. I'm going to go like this. If value type okay, here's a better idea. I'm going to say this make sure image. I'm going to do this to this value thing, right? Now here's me just showing off to finish. Going to have a little function here, make sure image. Going to go like that. Now the target string is going to be image / right? And that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 characters, right? So I'm going to say first 6 is going to be a substring. A substring of what? A substring of value type, starting at position 0, heading off to position 6. Now let me just echo, or let me just say, if first 6 is not equivalent to target string, then I'm going to say HTTP response code. We're going to have a 403, and I'm going to echo not an image with an exclamation mark and a die statement. Now watch what happens here, folks. Now we can delete the things as you would expect. I'm going to browse, and you can see I've got an MP4 file here. So there's a bunch of images and there's an MP4. If I have built this properly It should pick up on that, and we should see an error message on it. Here we go. And there you go. See? Do you see the error message on the last one? It says not an image. We can take it out. Look at this. It's absolutely beautiful. Once again, folks, it is done. And it gives me great pleasure to say file uploader done. That's it. Don't worry, I'm going to fix it up and I'm going to make it beautiful for you folks. I'm going to make it in such a way that you can add it with one line of code. We're going to have a nice little array of values, like the file types that you allow, the file sizes, the error messages. You're going to have complete control. You're not going to be fumbling about, looking up Stack Overflow and wondering how do you work this. You folks are the best. Thank you so much. Once again, thank you, especially to... No, it's Claudia says I'm a genius. I'm not a genius. I'm a blundering, bungling pizza delivery driver with blind optimism. This is what I want you to get from this live stream. Expectation of success. You watch this. It took me 2 days, and as I was testing it, you watch, and I'm smiling, and I haven't got a clue what's going on, but I'm smiling, and I'm saying it's going to work, it's going to work. That's the key, and you have that power too. All of you have that power. Thank you so much, Trev. Thank you so much for Gear and Trev. They gave me my first ever donations. I never even knew I had the ability to have that. God bless you. I'm going to have, I don't know, a nice hot meal or something with that. Thank you, Stefan. Once again to Trev and Gear, I really appreciate that. Claudia, good to see you. And all the rest of the gang. Remember, folks, you have the power to build anything you want. And you can probably build it better than anyone else out there. I'm not a JavaScript guru by any stretch of the English language, that's for sure. But you have just watched us whoop. Well, why am I saying us? Let's just be honest. Me. Whoop. Probably the best file uploader in the industry. And I did it in the style of Bon Jovi. Because together we were living on a prayer. I'm going to now head out in my incredible Lambo here. As I was saying earlier on, this is a real Lamborghini. It's not a toy. It's just that I am actually 300 foot tall, coming at you from the center of the earth. Thank you for being at the home, the headquarters and the heart of the web development revolution. Together, we shall change an industry. Together, we shall keep the doors of web development open, and together, we shall prosper.